Municipal Clerk to let me know when we are live. Good morning. I call to order this regular meeting of Council for Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. Before moving into the business of the meeting, it is our normal practice to provide a land acknowledgement. This past a few days ago was Red Dress Day. And so today, I thought it'd be appropriate to share a statement of the First Nations Women's Council. And this is what they provided. May 5th is a day to honor and remember missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. As women leaders, it is our responsibility to amplify their voice, advocate for justice, and work towards ending the violence that plagues our communities, said First Nations Women Council members. The implementation of a red dress alert has been slow-moving, with new Democratic Party Member of Parliament Leah Gazin leading the push for a national alert system to be put in place. On March 19th, 2024, on behalf of the House of Commons, MP Gazin announced the beginning of their formal study for the proposed red dress alert system. 1 month after the announcement, the 2024 federal budget revealed $1.3 million investment over a 3-year period for the implementation of the alert system. However, federal budget 2024's commitment to the safety of Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited people continues to fall short of what is needed. Due to this budgeting shortfall, Crown Indigenous Relations Minister Gary Ananda Dunsungari has suggested piloting the red dress alert in specific regions before implementing on a national scale. Frustration with the slow-moving progress in introducing such a critical tool for saving lives is felt by our First Nations communities. Early alert programs have proven to be effective, and the red dress alert will undoubtedly be a crucial step in advancing the safety measures around murdered and missing Indigenous women's efforts. As we work to raise awareness surrounding the crisis, we need to stay committed to supporting these efforts. The Women's Council continues to advocate for priorities identified by our families and communities, including a healing fund, community safety planning, and more coordinated approach to ensuring accessibility to needed services for all First Nation communities across Ontario. On Red Dress Day, we honor all who have been impacted by violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+. By wearing red and supporting our communities and each other, we take this day as an opportunity to stand in solidarity and demand justice for those who have been affected. And with that, in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we are gathered in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we are located within the Rocky View Métis District within the Battle River Territory. The town of Canmore remains committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations and generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today, and for those who have gone before us. As we are all treaty people, we each have ongoing responsibilities to protect and honor all life. Now looking to the agenda for today, are there any changes, Dr. Caudill?
There are no changes, but I did want to take this opportunity to acknowledge that it is Municipal Clerks Week, and we're really grateful for our 2 clerks here and the one upstairs for all the work they do.
We have a very strong clerks bench, and we are very appreciative of them. Thank you. With no changes to the agenda, then I move approval of the agenda for May 7th, 2024, regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I do note, and I looked to see his hand was raised, Councillor Graham is joining us by video call this morning as he's feeling a little under the weather, and we wish him all the best and feeling better soon. All right, we will now move to public hearing. So I'll call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2023-36. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the land use bylaw to create a Palliser Lane Perpetual Affording Housing DC district. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will make a presentation to set a context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. The applicant will then make a presentation regarding the subject matter of today's hearing. Council will then have opportunity to ask questions of the applicant after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone presents who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Good morning, Ms. Roast.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. My name is Annika Drust. I'm a senior planner with the town, and I'm here to provide a quick summary of Bylaw 2023-36, which is a land use amendment to the Palliser Lane Perpetually Affordable Housing DC District. So the district would apply to the parcel located at 100 Palliser Lane, adjacent from the existing Blackiston building and Hector building to the north, and Highway 1 to the south. The DC district is being proposed to allow the development of perpetually affordable housing units in line with the recently adopted Palliser Lane Area Structure Plan. The most significant changes between the existing DC district and the proposed DC districts are the building height and the parking provisions. The maximum building height increases from 16 meters to 26 meters to accommodate up to 6 stories on this property, which is in line with the ASP and guides the efficient use of land through higher density. The second notable change is the removal of minimum parking requirements to prevent the oversupply of parking on the parcel. And the idea here is to decouple individual dwelling units from the parking requirements, which allows more flexibility for encouraging multimodal transportation, as well as creates more flexibility to the developer to determine the specific parking needs for the housing project being proposed on site. So overall, the application for the amendment complies with the area structure plan, and as such, administration supports this. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Looking to see if there are any members of council that have any questions at this time. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Drust. I'm going to ask a similar question as I asked when we were provided first reading of this document, and that is, it states, and then you have here actually an amendment. Sorry, my computer doesn't scroll as fast. Perpetually affordable housing shall be exempt from providing a minimum number of automobile parking stalls per unit. Perpetually affordable housing parking stalls and visitor parking stalls shall be provided at the discretion of the Development Authority. So the Development Authority will be informed through a parking study, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that will happen at development permit?
That's right.
Right. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. I had a very similar question. Currently, I don't know if it's best now or later, but currently the site in question is a dog park. And I was wondering, obviously that would have to be relocated if any, when something is developed in the site. Do you have any information as to when and where the dog park would be moved?
I will actually defer that to Parks.
Great.
Mr. Weldon will speak to
Great.
that.
Thank you. Mr. Weldon, welcome.
Thank you. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to
Sure.
bring up a couple maps here.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. So good morning, Council. Yes, the site is currently developed as a neighborhood-scale dog park. The Palliser area structure plan, which I'll show you here, has planned for the relocation of the dog park on site number 3, which is currently a municipal reserve parcel, or a park parcel that is currently undeveloped. So, excuse me, so the future planning of site 1 requires a conceptual scheme. So the design of that area and the planning for that area will include area 3, which will include a future off-leash dog park.
Okay.
Now, the timing of that site is yet to be determined. It is currently owned by CCH. They can probably speak to the timing of the development of that area, as well as the submission of the conceptual scheme, which will be planned for and created in accordance with our corporate directive and in collaboration with town administration. But in terms of the timing, yeah, that'll depend on the future plans to develop that site 1. Okay. So there will be an interim period. So obviously this site that we're talking about today will be developed for residential purposes for PAH. So the off-leash dog park will be removed. And so administration is currently looking at options for an interim solution or an interim off-leash dog park. In the interim, what we would do is we would direct folks. Here we do have the off-leash dog parks. Currently, within the town, we have 2 neighborhood scale, including the Palliser, which this one will be removed. And we have in yellow the Elk Run, the Cougar Creek, and the Quarry Lake, which are known as destination dog parks, which people would need to drive to. So in the interim, we would be directing folks to those off-leash dog parks. And for the folks that are immediately in that area, would need to keep their dogs on leash as they take them out.
Great, thank you. And just going to the previous map with the various zones in Palliser. Just my recollection is that the zone 8 there, that is a buffer that's been provided to the existing corridor there. So that's actually additional lands that were not protected but will now be not developed. So it's a buffer between all of the rest of the development there.
Yes, that is correct. So Area 8 is an environmental reserve area. It is, in fact, the wildlife corridor itself.
Okay.
So that land would not be developed. It would also not be available for an off-leash dog park because it is a wildlife corridor. Right. So administration will be looking at other options in terms of other land within the area for that interim solution.
And I know that we have, like up at Quarry Lake, we have an off-leash area that's adjacent to habitat patch and whatnot. Do you have any concerns with having the off-leash area adjacent to the protected area?
Yeah, it's a great question. Certainly, with off-leash dog parks, they're an important consideration when considering the integrity of the wildlife corridor itself, it provides an option for people to bring their dogs to a secure area and have them be able to be off leash. So the concern is the disruption of the wildlife and the integrity of the wildlife corridor if the dogs were to be left, or I guess to enter into the wildlife corridor. So any option that we would consider would certainly be fenced so that the animals would not be, or the dogs would not be able to enter the wildlife corridor. So
Great.
the other consideration is the disruption that the dog park might have on the wildlife corridor, just simply because of the disruption, the noise of the dogs playing within the off-leash area, but that is a lesser concern if it is secured with a fence.
Yeah, and having frequented with my pups over the time, various areas, they're really not that noisy of places, and they tend to only be during certain times in the daylight hours, and a lot of the time they're pretty quiet, so.
That's right, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Looking to see if there are any other questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crozer. You just answered or asked most of the questions I had for that one. But my recollection is Site 3 actually is a rock quarry right now. Like we store rocks there. Is that correct? Or am I just off the location a little bit?
Through the mayor, I'm not aware that that is a storage area. I believe that it is currently just a tree stand. It's an undeveloped treed area. I'll just bring up the property viewer again. I can zoom in.
Thank you.
So the parcel in question here is, if you can see, is this square here, this parcel. You can
okay.
kind of see it. I'll take away the information here. There is currently a pathway that goes through it, but yeah, it's here. There is a residence here. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah, the rock quarry is up farther north.
Farther north. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I would just off on my geometry a little bit. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, good question. Looking to see if there are any other questions from council at this time. Seeing none, I will then, thank you, Mr. Weldon, and thank you, Ms. Drost. I will now ask the applicant to come and make a presentation. Mr. Matthew. Welcome.
Welcome. Morning, Council. Morning, everybody. My name is Christopher Matthew. I'm the Acting Executive Director with Canmore Housing.
Drew Steinhauer, Development Coordinator.
Thanks for taking the time today to run through our presentation for this development. As we know, this is a land use application, so some of the material in here is taking it a step further, but I think we're happy to showcase where we're at on this project. So currently, this is a map of taken from the Palliser Area Structure Plan showing the size of each parcel and what it is currently designated for the amount of units in each area. Currently, Site 4 and Site 6 that were developed out, with Site 5 being the parcel in context today. As you can see, it is tagged as 0.8 acres for up to 150 perpetual affordable housing units. So there's a few characteristics on the current site layout and buildings. Right now we're targeting 144 total units, looking at a bit of a mix between 1, 2, and a few 3-bedroom units here. Currently we have 29 surface parking stalls and 54 below-grade parking stalls. Each building will have its own respective underground parkade that will be accessed from the surface area, and we have 216 permanent bicycle storage stalls in a couple different locations inside of each building. All the bike storage locations are not held within tenant suites, so there'll be additional storage, creative storage in individual suites here, but all 219 stalls will be in common areas of the building, all accessed from the outdoor at ground level. Here's a further rundown of our latest evolving site plan. A big component of this was an accessibility component. So 20% of this building, or both buildings, are accessible, which constitutes parking stalls as well. Parking will be obviously decoupled from individual units, and it will be administered by CCH directly. So we will deal with who gets to park in what individual stalls. But this is a good layout of how the site looks, how the main access are, how the parkade entrances are, and the emergency access off of Palliser Trail. Here's a very quick rendering. As we all know, these move and change. This is just in here as a bit of a placeholder for view purposes. These are a few of our bike storage options here. As we know, it won't be a single item. It'll be a combination of type 1, type 2, and type 3. Type 1 will be outdoor storage. Type 2 and 3 inside of the combined bike rooms. And then the shot up in the top left corner will be some kind of creative storage solution that we're still working out inside of the individual units. As you know, we've completed a few massing and sun shadow studies for this particular development. We've done a few different scenarios. However, this is the most recent we have from our previous site test fit, which does denote the 6-story building and the 4-story building separately. The location of the 4-story building, as shown on here, is tweaked slightly, as you saw on a previous slide. However, this is a pretty good designation of what the different sun shadow studies look like throughout different times of the year. And we can come back to this if there are any further questions later. Further to this, we've completed massing and blocking for the particular site. If you look at the diagrams along the top, the 4 and 6 stories shows essentially the sight lines from the existing buildings that are neighboring on the east and the north side. Just to kind of give a bit of a context as to what the overall height will look like. Here's a bit of a rundown just on the planned development timelines. Currently, we are into land use bylaw in Q2 of 2024, with the remainder of the year focusing on permit submissions, obviously pending outcome of what happens today. Looking for completion in 2026. That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. I was wondering if you can go back to the sight line.
This one? This slide here?
Okay, so that's the sun shadow. So that's showing that different times of year, it's not leaving anything in total darkness for any period of time. But the next one.
So this slide here is taking a couple different shots from different areas. The shot in the bottom corner is going to be from essentially the corner of the parking lot where the Hector is right now. And then the west study is from across the Trans-Canada Highway. Admittedly, these were taken at varying heights, so above about 15 to 20 feet above grade, which is why the perception view is a little bit out of, well, skew. But obviously, as we roll through our development permit application, we will provide further updated sun shadow studies.
So I'm just trying to get my old eyes focused here. If I'm reading this correctly, at 6 floors, the building seems to be, from at least a couple of these renderings, bottom right as well as right in the middle, about the same height as 300 Palliser, the same, or the existing building, one of the existing buildings. Is that correct?
This 100 Palliser development will be slightly taller than the existing buildings that's there. This is a bit of a play on sight lines right now, which are not truly showing the overall height of it, just pending where the actual snapshots were taken from. But yes, the new Palliser 100 Palliser line building will be taller than the existing developments.
Okay. I see that there's a grade difference, so some of that height will be taken up by the fact that it's located, you know, lower down elevation-wise. Do you have a sense of how much taller the 6-story building will be than the current 4-story one?
So right now, there's about a 1.6 meter grade difference between entrance height from the 300 Palliser building and the entrance height for this proposed development. But this proposed development will be approximately 4 meters taller than the building next door.
4 meters.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Looking to council to see Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Matthew, for your presentation. You talked about When you're doing a sun shadow study like this, how do you use this information to inform what you're doing with respect to putting buildings next to another building?
We essentially use this to look at general sight lines and look at different times of year where there will be sun blocking. The slide that is previous to this one does show how that works at different times throughout the year. Yes, there are going to be a few times throughout the year where direct sunlight to the lower floors of the neighboring buildings will be potentially impacted, but it also provides us with good opportunity to plan solar PV. So as you'll see, or as you saw quickly on the rendering that I showed you, the roof lines are a little bit different than what is shown in here. Again, to truly maximize our solar PV, because we're looking at doing a 210 kilowatt solar farm on the roof of both buildings. So it's a bit of a twofold approach for what this data provides to us.
May I ask another
Yes,
question?
please.
Perfect.
Yep.
You talked about decoupling parking from the individual units. What does that mean? Would I be able to rent a unit for less a month if I didn't have a car?
Our standard rental rates are not tied to parking stalls. Across the board, we'll be setting rental targets for each individual unit throughout the building per a bit of a condo plan. If parking is required on top of that, it's a separate transaction, a separate line item on your monthly bills.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you have any more questions? No. Oh, okay. Looking to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Matthew. I'm wondering about the placement of the fourth floor building versus the sixth floor building. Intuitively, it would kind of make sense to put the sixth floor building out further where the fourth floor building is. Can you speak to that?
I think there's a twofold approach on that. The biggest item for not doing, or call it reversing the current designation of 6-story and 4-story, is to maximize our unit count in this area. So right now, we can build up to 150 units. The current situation of 4-story and 6-story, as shown, represents 144 units. If we moved these units, if we did a 6-story where the 4-story is and a 4-story where the 6-story is, we would be losing almost 14 units for this proposed development. And for CCH, with just the large wait list we have right now and families that are looking to get into the building, we felt it was pertinent to maximize the density for this site while also maintaining solar provisions for ongoing energy usage.
And if I may follow up with one more. I wanted to get a better understanding of the wait list and the demand for these units from CCH. I think I saw about 87 one-bedroom units. I forget the counts for the other two just off the top of my head. But I'm wondering if you could speak to the wait list on CCH right now and the demand for these units currently.
Absolutely. So right now we have crested the 500 family mark on our wait list between ownership and rental units. Of that, we are about 300 units or 300 families looking for rental units. And when I say families, I use that term loosely because a lot of it is individuals as well looking for apartments. Of that, we have over 150 applications looking for a one-bedroom apartment, which really drove the unit counts that we put forward on this particular development. As you'll see, we're essentially 2/3 of this is going to be one-bedroom units. The remainder will be 2 bedrooms and a small handful of 3 bedrooms, just to speak to the current wait list of families that we currently have right now and what they're looking for today.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other question? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to that wait list, which is growing very quickly, what's our turnover rate right now on CCH? I imagine it's low.
It's quite low. Right now, in the last 6 weeks, we haven't had a single turnover.
Oh.
And we only have 3 planned for the next 2 months. So
okay, so it's like...
It's not moving very quickly.
And going back to the piece about decoupling parking, when these buildings eventually come in, whatever form they are, I'm assuming there's messaging letting people know that if you want to park, you need to have that transaction for a space because other parking off-site is probably not going to be available. Is that correct?
There is no designated street parking off-site for this particular development, no.
And so people will have to know that. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
We have done a bit of an internal survey for our new online process, which does have parking requirements attached to that. So we are gathering data currently on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in terms of eliminating parking minimums, is that done on its own, or are there other efforts underway to manage how people move to and from and the need for parking on this site?
Yes, there's a few driving factors behind that. Obviously, a big component of why we've set the current, unit to parking stall ratio is because general site coverage, we are only allowed to densify so much of the site, but also a part of it is connectivity to the rest of the town's networks. We're obviously anticipating a future bus loop in the area, which we will look at partnering and potentially having a bus stop on for this particular site. Also, we're expanding the multimodal pathway network that runs through, called the west side of this site. It will be tied through, will be connected to this particular development in conjunction with the overall infrastructure projects that the town of Canmore is doing, just to help alleviate some of the connectivity between the downtown core and the Palliser lands.
I had recall there being some potential for car sharing opportunities, and I know that earlier this year, council had received some information around how that type of a initiative can reduce demand. Is that being considered?
Yes, so right now, we had a bit of a parking lot layout. It does incorporate several different designated, when I say designated, whether they're accessible or they're shared ride stalls. We are looking at doing that right now. I think there's still some involvement on the town's end for what the program looks like. But yes, we will be having designated car share stalls at this particular development. And they'll also be future EV ready as well.
Great. And Ms. Smithers, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, thanks. I would just add thanks to Mr. Matthew for the answers in relation to CCH. Just in terms of the kind of broader community in Palliser, I expect that administration will touch on some of these lines of questioning after the public hearing as well.
Great, thank you. And I know that there's, on our capital projects list, there's things like an underpass or some sort of, and that's of course going to be driven by need and population. You need to have the one before you can have the other. Yeah. Did you want to say something to that?
Yeah, just agreed. There's a lot going on in that area. So just to, I think the questions are really good, and it would be helpful to put them in the broader context of the community as a whole, as well as this particular land use application that's in front of council today.
Great, thank you. And I recognize too that more detail is provided than would normally be provided at a land use bylaw amendment, but it helps us get a sense of what the rules that we're looking to pass could mean. But of course, this is not a development permit application, and a lot of the real details get worked out at that time, including, as Councillor McCallum brought up, the traffic study and those sorts of things. So, okay, so looking to see if there are any other questions from council at this time. Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Matthew.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so this brings us to the public verbal submissions. Council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we'll be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including time for questions from council. We will be using a countdown timer, so you have a sense of how much time you have left if you wish to say something. If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you'll appear on live web stream of this hearing, and the web stream recording is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now I will open the floor to speakers. We don't have anyone registered today, right? So we don't need to go to there first. So I'll now open up speakers present in the chambers. And I'm going to ask if anybody wishes to speak, starting in favor, in opposition, or in neutral position. And I will start with looking to see if there's anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the public hearing or in favor of this application. Would you like to, are you speaking in favor? Okay, so just one moment then. I don't see anybody in favor, so yes, please come forward and you can speak in opposition. Now, please provide your name for the record, and welcome.
Thanks. This is very intimidating.
We're not.
All right.
We're not a scary bunch, and we're a friendly bunch. So welcome.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
welcome.
my name is Alain, and I'm a resident at 300 Palliser Lane.
Okay.
At the
What's your
Black-
last name, sir?
Alain Savoie.
Savo?
Yeah. And just want to point out that Blackiston is not CCHC. We are privately owned, and like we're surrounded by CCHC. And that was kind of missed in the presentation today. So, but the reason I'm against is just I don't understand. I just don't understand how this would be viable for everyone in the area with no parking at all. Like there's already problem with parking right now. And like having 0.6, it's not viable, like where everyone will park. I understand people want to bike around town, that's like a town thing. Like, I bike around town too, but I go skiing, I go hiking, I go camping. I need a car, right? So people will need car to live in Canmore. Like, that's why people move here, to go enjoy the outdoors. They're not just constrained to the town limits, you know? I guess. Yeah, I guess that's all I have to say
Great.
about that, really.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a bit emotional. It's a bit.
No, that's all right. It's
Yeah.
it's not a usual situation
Yeah,
for
it's
most,
not.
and I really appreciate you having both the courage and willingness to participate today. So thank you very
Yeah.
much for that.
It's my home too, you know. Like
Yeah.
I live there, and I just don't want to be pushed away.
Yep.
Because life suck, and not just suck, but like
Yeah.
even if you condense all those people in the bigger building, like yes, we're providing homes, but what the quality of life will you bring to them as well? They're just going to be stuck there in a way if they don't have access to cars and stuff like that. I think the original plan of used to put a similar building as the Blackiston building in the front, because I work for McElhaney, like I'm a surveyor, I survey that, I see previous plans and I've seen everything. And like, I just stick to what was originally built. I think it's a good idea aesthetically, a 6-story building in front of a 4-story building. I don't think it would look good in the bigger picture of the town. Like, the building matches, the color look like the one by the off-ramp. They look really nice, like they're not too encumbrant, but like if you just stick everything tight, you just lose visual, not beauty, but like aesthetic, I guess.
Yep.
So like I'm all for the development and providing people, but just do it smart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
sir.
no
I really
problem.
appreciate it. Now, just one second. Just going to see if anybody has any questions for you. No, I don't. So thank you very much for being here and for participating today.
Thanks for listening.
I would like to ask if anybody would like to speak in a neutral fashion. Neutral? Okay. Okay, let me just one second then. So nobody neutral, anybody in favor? Okay, I think we're just going to be down to opposition, folks, so come on forward.
Very hesitant to offer this one.
That's all right.
Good
And
morning,
your
Council.
name, sir?
My name is Garnet Fugel.
Okay.
I'm an owner at 300 Palliser Lane.
Okay.
Just like to echo some of the concerns that Alan said as well. We're not really in opposition of kind of supporting housing in Canmore and area. My partner Tally and I just moved in a few years ago, and I've had a hard time trying to find a place to permanently live. Now that we're able to get a place at Blackiston, we really kind of feel a lot more at home here. And we certainly echo the concerns that everybody has for providing housing in Canmore. It's a beautiful place to live, but a difficult place to find a permanent spot, it seems like. Some of the words I'd like to speak to today. Thanks, Chris, for your presentation. We did have an open house with Chris back in April the 17th, I believe, where all the owners were able to have a chat with Chris and Drew and kind of discuss some of the information coming up with the new building. Since then, I also should mention too that I'm a board member on the Blackiston Board of Directors, And the information I have today, a lot of it was kind of brought forth by Teresa, one of our board members, and I'd just like to echo some of her concerns and add a few of my own in there. So as I mentioned, I'm a board member at the Blackstone condo units. Following our open house with Chris, it's come to my attention that the CCH is moving forward with the lane proposal. I wish to reiterate some of my concerns that I raised with Chris on the matter, and as also echo a bunch of the concerns from the Blackstone board members. The current direction of the Palliser ASP raises concerns within our community. I urge the council this morning to consider the proposed development plans to provide approximately, I'd initially written down 98, but I think looking at the math this morning, there's 83 parking stalls for 144 units. The unit to parking ratio has dropped from 1.2 to 0.68 without accounting for number of bedrooms or tenants per unit. This shortfall will exacerbate the already congested parking areas over there. Palliser Lane is already facing this shortage. We have approximately 25 parking spots currently occupied by vehicles from the Blackstone and Hector buildings. And I should remind you that there are a number of parking spaces in the underground parking and parking spaces that are allocated for Blackstone kind of in specific locations. These 25 parking stalls are the on-road locations on Palliser Lane. So we've got 25 parking spaces. They're located by the dog parks and the boundaries of 100 Palliser Lane. The development, these parking spaces, 25 parking spaces will likely be lost, straining the parking situation. The Blackstone Board of Directors is exploring future installation of possible electric vehicle chargers and solar panels. There are concerns regarding parking stall availability on Palliser Lane and year-round sun availability due to the shadows cast by the 6-story building that will be as planned for being right across the road from 300 Palliser Lane. This kind of contradicts the town's objectives to promote clean energy options. So we're really trying to promote and be kind of with the times with the new solar install and the electric vehicle parking spaces. The current proposed design and orientation of 100 Palliser Lane does not preserve sunlight and views for Blackstone and Hector buildings, as outlined by the Palliser ASP. While the reduction in height of the proposed 6-story building is appreciated, and that's what Chris mentioned, that instead of the peaked roof, there will be a bit of a pitched roof instead. We still think, and we'd like more information on how that's going to affect the sun shadows on our building. I'm working with the board of directors right now and some of Canmore's best solar install companies to try and design a plan for our building, and we are a little bit concerned that that might kind of impede our ability to progress with that project. The presentation in massing and sun shadows by Chris regarding the 100 Palliser Lane does not represent the sun shadow effects in Blackstone Hector buildings, particularly during the early hours of the day. I request a review of the Hector buildings, particularly during the early hours. I request a review of the 12 different orientations for the buildings mentioned by Chris, which led to the current proposed orientation. Residents of Blackstone and Hector cross Highway Number 1 daily. This poses significant safety risk. With the addition of new residents to 100 Palliser Lane, pedestrian crossings will increase, and it is imperative to construct an underpass, preferably before completing the 100 Palliser Lane building, just to ensure safety of everyone there. We all know trying to cross that highway is very dangerous, and most people don't want to take the half-an-hour detour up and around the overpass. In concerns with the dog park, the proposed placement of dog park adjacent to the wildlife corridor lacks a plan for visitor parking. Also, with coyote, bear, deer, and elk frequently passing this suggested location, even if it is fenced in, we still have to travel from the Hector building, from the 300 Palliser building to the dog park. So there is a little bit of chance for kind of wildlife interaction there. I'll kind of finish up.
So you get to your big finish.
Yeah. So while I support the town of Canmore's effort to increase housing and availability, I urge the town to find solutions to address the problems raised above. This includes considering the quality of living and investments of owners such as myself and residents of 300 Palliser Lane. The Hector buildings, trust that you guys will carefully consider some of these things. Basically, it's going to be difficult with parking. The place is already packed. We are a little bit concerned with land values and property values as we increase that there. And then to the, just basically trying to make quality of life and maintain that. Right. We suggested moving the 6-story to the number 7 parcel of land and building these 2 buildings as a 4-story option. It would preserve sight lines, decrease the amount of parking, congestion, that kind of thing. So that was our suggestion.
Thank you very much for your time today. Let me just see if there's any questions. Seeing none? All right. Anyone else wishing to speak today? I'd love to. Yep. Go ahead. So if you just start with stating your name for the record.
It's Keith Boyko.
Okay.
All right, so I'm a resident of the Palliser. I've been there since 2010. It's an awesome place to live. We got bike trails in my backyard, dog parks, it's great for the dogs. They do their thing. Chris made a good presentation. I was not gentle with him at the meeting by any means, so I apologize, Chris. But I have a couple questions I want to address council. How is CCH going to police the number of vehicles per unit? It's a good question. What happens if it is a greater number than 4 meters? So who's held accountable? Based on the size of the building, will there be a building manager on site? Question for council, how would you feel about a 6-story building being built right in front of you? So you're right on the ground floor. You're on the bottom. In the response to the housing situation Canmore faces, this is a little off topic. How many residential units could have, there's lots of residential units in Canmore that have B&Bs in them. How many of those could be for long-term homes for people? So you're focused on this housing situation, and I get it. I'm not opposed to development. But, you know, think about the big picture here. So anyways, that's all I got.
Okay. We're going to take that as an interesting rhetorical style of presentation.
It's original.
So because, of course, it's for you to present your concerns. A number of the things that you dealt with are larger matters that, of course, council is taking into consideration, but there's a lot of balancing interests. And some of them are things that will be dealt with in a development permit or operational situation. What we're dealing with today are the bylaw amendments aligned with the ASP. And then a lot of those details are worked out at a later date. So thank you for that. I'm looking to council to see if there are any questions to your questions. And seeing none, thank you. Oh, there you go, Councillor McCallum.
You, and you said that you were there since 2010, which means that you've really been there for the history of it. So you would realize that the dog park is a temporary measure that was put in 2017, and we
Yes.
made it really clear it was temporary, correct?
I acknowledge that, but there's also quite a few dogs in the building as well.
Oh, yeah, no,
So it
and
does
obviously
cater
within
to
the
the-
ASP, we're moving it, but that space was always meant to be a temporary measure, as there's a sign there. And if you've been there since 2010, you will realize although that is not managed through CCH, it was an affordable housing project. So that Blackiston is actually an affordable housing project that was the town of Canmore installed in 2008 alongside of the other building that's there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's understood because there seems to be misunderstanding that this isn't part of CCH. You're absolutely correct, the Blackiston is not, but it's definitely was part of an affordable housing project.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor McCallum. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your participation today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to see if there's anyone else that would like to. Yes, sir. Please come forward.
Join my friends here from Palliser.
Sure. If you could just please state your name for the record and then welcome.
Good morning. My name is Andre Matias,
Okay.
and I'm in opposition. There's 2 topics here today. It's the parking and it's the height, right? So in the ASP process, it seems to be there was opposition for a 6-story building, and it was approved. Now we're all leaning to the ASP, but in that public consultation, people voiced themselves that they don't want such a high building because there is other alternatives in those parcels. Now coming to the presentation, it seems to, and you were looking at Mayor, the picture looks misleading, the heights. You said, Chris, that it's 1.6 meters down under the grade. Well, if you look at the picture again, it looks like the people in the 4-story are looking in the 6th.
If you could please direct to the comments to the council, please. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. My point is if there's other alternatives to consider to putting the 6-story further, we greatly appreciate it. The 6-story building would close off the street and take most of the sunlight that ASP says in the guidelines that we should preserve this. We should preserve the views and the sunlight for the existing residents. And now for the parking, it will not be enough with what's presented. And I'm asking, if we really approve this, then what's the backup plan? Is the Palliser Trail being developed and paved? And are we going to add some overflow parking for the neighborhood? And number 3 question for me is that we're removing the playground from the parcel at the moment with this plan. Where is the playground going to be? I have 2 little kids. There seems to be very little focus on families and kids.
Are you talking about the dog park?
I'm talking about, there's a playground.
Oh, okay, so that's a temporary use then as well, yeah.
What is temporary?
The playground would be a temporary use. Anything on that site would be a temporary use.
Okay, so my question is what are we doing for the families in the neighborhood? What kind of amenities, what kind of parks, what kind of sports fields and playgrounds are we building other than dog park? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for your participation today. It's appreciated. Looking to see if there are is anyone else wishing to speak today? Either for, against, or in a neutral position. Just checking one more time. All right. I will now ask the, one second, found my spot here. I'll now look to the clerk and ask if there's any written submissions.
Thank you, Mayor Crosser. Yes, we do. We have 15 written submissions. For those in favor, we have Steve Ashton, the Bow Valley Climate Action Society, Rob Murray, and Laurie Edward. For those who are neutral or otherwise unstated in the written submission, we have Dan Evans, Vanessa Key, Teresa Yao, Amy Kraus, Frank Lysak. And for those opposed, we have Keith Boyko, Andre Matias, Alan Mazur, Matthew Perdot, Garnett Fugel, and Talia Kasner.
Great, thank you very much. And it's one of the most difficult things is being able to pronounce all the different names. So apologies to those that I have mispronounced or others, but you all will be in the record. Looking to administration to see if there's any closing comments or comments based on what you've heard today. Ms. Drost?
Yeah, so a lot of the comments and concerns that were raised today will be looked at in further detail at the DP stage. So there is more to come on this.
Right.
That's all.
Right, thank you. And of course, that means that what we're not approving today is where the buildings are located, just the fact that some buildings can be located and they can go up to 6 stories in some fashion, and that there will be some parking with the exact amounts to be determined, right? Okay. I'm sorry, was somebody? Okay. Dr. Cottle, did you have something to say? No? Okay. Okay. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering if there is an opportunity to have more information about the playground. Because I didn't recall knowing what the answer to that question was when it was asked by the member of the public.
Okay. Mr. Weldon.
Yes, thank you. That is correct. So the site currently has a little tot lot infrastructure as well as the off-leash dog park. The Palliser area structure plan does plan for future park space that will include a neighborhood park. This, like the dog park, will happen in the future once that future planning happens and the future development of the sites further to the west. I identified the municipal reserve parcel that will serve as an off-leash dog park. There will be an expansion of that municipal reserve land to also include a neighborhood park. So it will be an interim measure similar to the temporary dog park that is currently there, but there will be future park services. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Looking to see if there are any other questions from council before we close the public hearing. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure, like this is probably not a question for the applicant, but more so from, say, administration. I'm hearing some concerns about the parking, and I think from the CCH side, they'll probably be quite clear, saying if you're like moving into these units, if you want a parking stall, you need to have that transaction, because otherwise there will not be on-street parking. Is there some sort of permitting process down the road that we can use to ensure that there's like these parking concerns can be met? I'm trying to understand this piece here too.
Mr. Sardi is in the house, and welcome to the public hearing.
Thank you,
And
Andy.
if you could speak to more, I think what you're asking is more about movement of people, transportation, the issues in the area at large, as opposed to specifically on the one piece, right?
From the one piece into general as well.
Yeah,
Because like the micro to the macro.
And you mentioned specifically around permitting. Are you speaking to the questions around parking on Palliser Lane in particular?
Yeah, for sure.
example?
Like, will there be a way to manage this to ensure that, this is going to work?
That's a great question. So with the Palliser ASP, it envisions an opportunity to move people in a multimodal way, and provided that the strategies envisioned as part of the parking study for the ASP and as part of the planning of the ASP are implemented, there's certainly a demand and an opportunity to provide people to provide development that has significantly less parking. Now, that doesn't mean people don't drive. There is always going to be a need for people to drive. So it's the strategies that come with and the parking studies that come with the developments where we get into the details. So for example, 150 units, if the intent is to provide 80 parking stalls, for example, we know there are people in the community that live without cars. There's 30-unit employee housing not too far from here with 2 people who own vehicles. So we know the demand is there, and we know that people will move into developments without cars. But if they require transportation, we need to have an associated plan for them to be able to move. So transit is envisioned to be started in this area as development takes place, right at the beginning. That's part of the area plan for Palliser. As development unfolds, transit comes along with that. And car share is an important part of the mix. It's identified as part of the parking study for the Palliser area as an opportunity to provide people with access to a vehicle. So the land use as it's proposed is consistent with the ASP. It's consistent with the direction we want to go. The benefit of envisioning a area with less parking is that you can add more housing units, and you can do that more affordably. And you're not contributing to the larger community congestion by providing more parking than's needed, and then driving that associated vehicle demand that comes when we provide parking instead of alternative transportation options. And so all to say that the land use is consistent with the ASP, and what will be really important is at the time of development, the parking study that is done for the development and the planning work that's done around the community, including the planned underpass, come online together with development to have the options for people.
Great.
Is there an approximate timeline? I know these are like moving targets sometimes with budget and grants and stuff. Do we have an approximate timeline of when we might try and pursue the underpass?
It's envisioned that development can take place on the lower flat area and make use of the new pedestrian crossing on the overpass of Benchlands. Our intent is, as soon as development takes place on the slope portion of the Palliser lands, that would come with an underpass in place prior to that development taking occupancy. And we see that as a safety piece. The further away from the existing crossings that we develop, the more demand we're driving across the highway.
Right. Thank you. Councillor McCallum. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sartek. Councillor Graham.
Yeah, thanks. thanks to Councillor Faubert and Ma for asking all three of my questions. Appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Not seeing any other questions then, I will now close the public hearing. We're going to move on with the rest of our business meeting. Before doing that, I do want to once again thank those who have come today and share respectfully as you have, as well as those who wrote written submissions, and for those who have provided information to us today for the public hearing. Turning to item D1, approval of the minutes. Turning to the minutes of April 2nd, are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move approval of the minutes of April 2nd, 2024 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we will move to item G1, bylaw approval. So this is, we're turning back to the same subject matter as the public hearing. This is bylaw 2023-36, Palliser Lane Perpetual Affordable Housing DC District. Ms. Drost, did you have anything else that you wish to add, or were you planning a presentation? Just checking, I don't want to cut you off if you haven't, but of course you just did.
No further presentation.
Great, thank you. Before putting any motions before council right now, it is another opportunity to ask some clarifying questions. I know you just finished, but something may have come to you. In the interim? No? Okay. Then I will move that council give second reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-36, Palliser Lane Perpetual Affordable Housing DC District. And I will make an amending motion using the wording that is provided in the staff report. And it's in the report, so it doesn't need to be put up on the screen. But that motion is that council amends section 14.43.8.1 of Schedule B by inserting quotations per unit perpetually affordable housing parking stalls and, end quotation, between parking stalls and visitor parking stalls. This section would then read, perpetually affordable housing shall be exempt from providing a minimum number of automobile parking stalls per unit. Perpetually affordable housing parking stalls and visitor parking stalls shall be provided at the discretion of the Development Authority. Okay. Just speaking to that, I believe, as I raised this during first reading, it provides greater clarity, and it, I think, just gives wording to the actual intent. And so I thank the administration for putting the wording together for that motion. I'd be looking to see if any member of council would like to speak to the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amending motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, so we have second reading as amended. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? I will, go ahead, Councillor Faubert, go ahead, and then I'll speak after that.
Okay. I thought other people would speak first. All right, I'm going to be speaking in favor of second and third reading of the Land Use Bylaw Amendment, Palliser Lane Perpetual Affordable Housing DC District. And I know that there are a lot of concerns that have been expressed by residents of the nearby building around the height, the effect on the height of the one building for some of the units in the Blackiston on some of the floors and their sunlight availability, because certainly there are units in the Blackiston that already don't get sunlight 6 months of the year on the other side that aren't affected. Also in terms of parking, and I think the parking one is actually the area where I want to spend a little bit of time really just encouraging the community to think about the future needs of parking, and then what we currently do with parking. And for the last 16 years, I've lived there, and I've watched the use of the on-street parking. I've watched other areas of town that use parking. I've watched also the Northview building go up with its limited, reduced parking amounts, and how that there took some adjustment of people living in that building to having less parking. I've watched other communities adopt eliminating parking minimums or reducing parking as a way to incentivize and to encourage more housing being built in their community. And I think that the solutions are there for us, and I think what we see here, and I think that this definitely aligns with the area structure plan, is that less parking means more housing. And we want more housing, but we also, I believe, as council, don't want to do more housing and less parking to the detriment of everyone and everything. But that's why there are things within the ASP. There are policies within their ASP that drive towards a future where there's a less need for parking. And that, I think, is really important, because instead of just approaching this with the idea that if we have less parking, we can build more housing, and that's enough, we have built into this, and I think CCH really has an eye towards creating solutions, and biking, transit, the pedestrian overpass or underpass, which is a cool 10 to 15 million that we don't got right now, right? Like, if I had that, we would have built it already if we had it. Like, it's not cheap to build this level of infrastructure at all. But I do firmly believe that how we are planning for parking and the future through this DC district is trying to create those solutions and address the objectives and priorities of this council and this community, which is housing people who live and work here. And for that reason, I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm also going to be speaking in favor of this, this motion, both second and third readings for this bylaw. Council always has to ask itself, with every decision we make, what's in the best interest of the community as a whole. Okay, we have to take into account particular neighborhood issues, but we always have to filter our decisions through what's in the best interest of the community as a whole. And then in this particular case, we also have to ask ourselves, is this consistent with the area structure plan? For both those questions, my answer is in the affirmative. This bylaw is in the best interest of the community as a whole, and it is in alignment with the ASP. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not some concerns that need to be considered. Not at this stage, because we're talking about the big rules, setbacks and heights and matters of that nature, as opposed to the specifics of a particular application. And when that comes forward, obviously this public hearing today also serves the purpose of allowing people the opportunity to express their concerns, both through verbal presentation as well as written. And I believe that you know, both the applicant and administration are well tuned to what those concerns are. And so, you know, as this moves forward, and we are adapting a change of course from the past with regards to how we've approached parking and heights, because it's necessary in our current situation to have greater density, that there's sensitivity to you know, impact on others, and to the issues that are beyond this site in the area, such as parking and movement of people. And those are things that will have to be dealt with as the details are provided and the actual application is made and the actual back and forth between administration and applicant go in these matters. But we're just setting the parameters for those, and I support this bylaw. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be speaking in favor of both second and third reading of this bylaw. A really clever reporter once told me that a third of this community turns over every 5 years. And with that, a loss of institutional memory. So I think people don't remember when there was nothing on those lands. And I don't know if people remember that both of those buildings were built in an affordable housing project, and then the Great Recession of 2008 hit, and we lost a building. It had a bit of an affordability piece in it for the original buyers, the original, I think, 10, 15 years, which is the Blackiston. And so I don't know if people realize that all of these years, those lands have always been slated for affordable housing. In 2018, when we were considering the Olympics, all of those lands were considered for housing, and we were going to build high-density housing for the Olympics, and they would be handed over to the town at a very high premium, I might point out, but that's a different story. So I think that sometimes it's difficult for people to realize what has always been planned, because we don't keep repeating it every 3 months or every 6 months or every year, but they are laid out in statutory documents that I have had the honor of approving over the last 13 years in this job. I remember the original open houses for the Blackiston. I actually remember going to those open houses in 2006. And I have actually the pamphlet still at home in my phone because I'm a hoarder, paper hoarder. I should bring them in sometime. And I would be curious to draw a line between what was being proposed in 06 and what is there now. But it was always meant to be a neighborhood with the underpinning being affordability. That was always the intent. And when we realized that we weren't going to do the building in 2018, we realized that we needed to start picking up parcels of land in that area to create one large vision in which we could plan an affordable neighborhood in our community. And so here we are today at one of the first large-scale opportunities to approve affordable housing, or non-market housing, as we call it now, within that neighborhood. And is everybody going to get exactly what they want in a market neighborhood? No. The cost of structured parking is anywhere between $50,000 to $75,000 per stall. And so you could have that $50,000 to $75,000 per stall on your mortgage, or on the town's mortgage, or we could actually provide housing. And I feel, and I have said this brashly, maybe not in a welcome manner many times, and I'll say it again, is that we do not have a human right to views or to parking, but housing is a human right. And this council, and the council before, and the council before that, and the council before that has wrestled this big, wicked problem of housing, and housing the backbone of our community. And that is what we are doing with this project. We are looking forward, and we are taking another step, and we are trying new things, just like we tried the new thing of having the affordable housing project next to the Blackiston project. In that case, we did still house, how many doors are there in Blackiston? 60? 90? We housed 90 families. 90 families. I know a lot of those families. I know some of them have had to move on and still own their unit, and I know some have stayed, and that building has allowed 90 households to stay here in Canmore and work and contribute to our community and contribute to their families. And so You know, the pedestrian bridge is important, something that I know everybody here is in favor of. It's in the 5-year capital plan. We are finding ways to try and fund it. A bus route is planned in the next 18 months for that whole neighborhood, long before that building is occupied. We have 500 households on a waiting list. Never mind all of the other households that have given up putting their name on the waiting list because they can't see a light at the end of the tunnel. And property values, unfortunately, or fortunately, unless there's a worldwide recession, have never been affected in Canmore. They just keep going up, and to the detriment of the backbone of our community, quite frankly. So I know that there's going to be parts of this new development that are going to be a bit uncomfortable, but are they unsurmountable? Absolutely not. They are surmountable. We can all envision a future where there's less cars on the road, where we dedicate precious space to green space and not parking lots, and to children and playgrounds, and not stacked parking. So that's the end of my pontification. I'm sorry, I just... But I'll be voting in favor of this. And I look forward to seeing the parking study, because I actually wanted to speak to that. You know, like the parking numbers that are in this plan are placeholders. Our parking study is actually going to properly inform what that number should be. But you have to pick a place number, because these guys have to model the numbers, because we got to borrow the money, which is later in the agenda, to be able to fund this so that your friends and your neighbors and our friends and our neighbors can stay in Canmore. And that's the end of my pontification.
No need to apologize for speaking so well. Councillor Graham.
Remind me not to follow Councillor McCallum's pontification, especially on days when I'm not feeling well. Well said to my colleagues. I appreciate that the community has come forward to express their concerns. And I believe we have good plans to address those concerns in the future. The parking study will be a key point of this plan. The underpass, overpass will be a key point. Where we put temporary dog parks and playgrounds will be addressed. And at this point in time, I look forward to addressing some of those 500 applications that we have in the queue to bring stability to members of this community that otherwise wouldn't have it. So yes, there will be some challenges, but I do believe that we have great plans to address those challenges and concerns, and I look forward to dealing with those in the future as they come to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be voting in support. But I also wanted to thank Mr. Hugo, Mr. Mazur, Mr. Matias, Mr. Boyko for coming and presenting, because being in the community, they also have their on-the-ground experience. And I think they're highlighting how parking will be a challenge, and we'll need to understand that. And we should take that feedback in accordingly as we work for the study piece, and how can we find a way to move forward. And I think there will be a way to move forward. I think Mr. Matias brought up some interesting points about amenities, such as the playgrounds, and also obviously the underpass. I've definitely taken my bike across the underpass. It's like Frogger. Probably the most dangerous part of my bike rides, getting across the highway. And yeah, those are pieces that are also valued by this community too, valued by this council, and they will be coming. Sometimes they come at a tempo that involves one piece coming first, then another piece. But I think as we look forward into this development down the years, all those pieces will be there, and they'll be great. Further to Councillor McCallum said eloquently, way back there's a really contentious project in Hawks Bend. And I remember talking to Dan Sparks, and there's one moment where they had to rejig the parking, and there's a little bit of a furor, there's a little bit of upsetness about how the parking was going to change, but allowed them to house 2 more families. And so I hear your concerns. At the same time, when I look at a list of 500 people, I hear friends and staff struggling to stick around. This project has a big, big impact on taking that wait list down a bit, and I think we need to exercise that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And of course, it's 500 households, not just people. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. I will be supporting second and third reading. I used to live in the Blackiston. I was one of the original owners as well. I was on the condo board. And parking wasn't good back then either. It was always a fight to try to get a spot on the street. If you only had one stall inside, some people got two. That's just the way that the Blackiston worked. Parking is always an issue anywhere, so we're trying to find creative solutions. And if eliminating parking is one of those solutions, yeah, it's gonna, right off the gate, there's gonna be people that do not want to live in that rental building because there is not a parking stall associated with their unit. So by process of elimination, you're gonna get people that are gonna choose not to live there. But there are gonna be people that are gonna be fine with that, and they will wanna live there. So if we can house more people and less cars, in the end, that's a good thing. And parking is an issue everywhere. Where I live now in Grotto, when I was a kid, when it was my parents' house, there was no people parking on the street. Now, you can't find a place to park on the street. So with time, things change, and parking is always going to be an issue. And until we find more creative solutions to address parking and to give more ways so people don't need cars, parking will be an issue. Again, there will be a parking study. There will be things that will hopefully mitigate these issues. And change is tough. Nobody ever likes things to change. And at one point, I know back in the day, we thought that nothing would ever be built there, especially after the floods, because we were pretty certain that, well, that's just going to be a flood zone from now on, and there will be no way to build on that land. Luckily, that's not the case, and there will be. But that was always meant to be built on. This is not something new. It may look a little different now, but it is consistent with the ASPs. So for that reason, I will be voting in favor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Merrill.
Thank you. And thank you to my fellow councillors for all your great comments. I too will be supporting both second and third reading. And I do want to express to the people that did come out today that we do take your comments seriously. And I know that at DP stage and at the planning stage that your comments will definitely come into play when we move forward with DP, et cetera. And I know parking is an issue. It's a parking, there's parking issues in my neighborhood in Cougar Creek. And I know like the house across the street has 5 vehicles and the house up the street has 6 vehicles. So there's always going to be a problem with parking.
But you're not counting.
No, not that I'm counting. We have parking wars in my neighborhood. Yeah. But I just want to emphasize, thank you to everyone for your comments, for your work. And I know that your comments and your concerns for your home will be considered. So for that, thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, with that, I'll call the question on the second reading. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council give third reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-36, Palliser Lane Perpetual Affordable Housing DC District. I think we've all spoken to this reading, but I will give an opportunity if anybody has anything further they'd like to say. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're going to take a 15-minute break now, and we will return at 10:40. We've come to that segment of our show starring Ms. Gibbons. The next three, I think, are your items.
You
And
might get sick of the sound of my voice.
Yeah, so welcome to council. We're going to item G2, Canmore Community Housing Stewart Creek Rise Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2024-12. Take it away.
Thank you. So good morning, members of council. I'm here today regarding the Canmore Community Housing Stewart Creek Rise Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2024-12. Boy, I gave that a long name. So the recommendation before council today is that council give first reading to that bylaw. I am not going to read it all out again. So CCH is proceeding with a project at 205 Stewart Creek Rise to develop 18 Vital Homes units. Financing requirements for the project are anticipated to not exceed $9,442,575. Bless you. To secure the financing, the lender requires a guarantee from the town for up to 35% of the financing, in this case up to $3,375,000. This guarantee will remain in place until the Vital Homes units sell and the funds are repaid to the lending institution, or July 31st, 2026, whichever is earlier. This is the timeline for the bylaw, and my apologies, there is one amendment from the version that was included in the agenda package. I originally had June 1st as the end of the petition period, but that was a Saturday when I actually looked at the calendar, so it's been revised to the Monday, June 3rd. And the advertisements for this bylaw that will run have been corrected. The loan guarantee will count against the town's debt limit. Per the financial statements that were just approved, the town's current debt limit is approximately $102.9 million. The amount of outstanding or currently committed debt stands at $56.6 million. So this loan guarantee of just under $3.4 million, if I round it, would take the debt limit used up 3%, from 54% up to 57%. So in conclusion, our recommendation is that council give first reading to Canmore Community Housing Stewart Creek Rise Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2024-12. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And at this time, I'll ask council if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. What would happen if CCH should default on this loan? How would that affect us?
So CCH is entirely controlled by the town. If there was a default and we were the guarantor, it would come to us. We would, essentially, my understanding is then have control of the property, and then we would basically pay out the loan with any proceeds that we would have from taking over the project at that time. It does seem a very unlikely scenario, but as the sole stakeholder of CCH, we would also have the interest in the property such that it had been constructed at that point in time.
Yeah, agreed. It's a very unlikely scenario, just one to safely run through. Thank you, Ms. Richards, Ms. Gibbons.
Okay. I still respond to both.
Okay, looking to any other questions? I do not see any. Thank you very much for your presentation. So I'm going to move that council give first reading to Canmore Community Housing Stewart Creek Rise Construction Loan Guarantee Bylaw 2024-12. And I am going to put forward a couple of amending motions just to correct a couple of small items. If I could ask, yes, it's in process. Okay, so my first amending motion is that Section 3 of the bylaw be amended by moving housing units to follow 205 Stewart Creek Rise. And the reason being is that it actually better defines the actual, what is meant by housing units. So it's not just affordable housing project, it's affordable housing project at 205 Stewart Creek Rise are the housing units. And so that's just moving that statement down the sentence a bit. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And then the last one is just a little bit of tidy up. There are a lot of CCHs in here. and just a couple of CCHCs that need to be changed over, or CCHs that need to be changed over. And so my second amendment is to amend sections 4 and 8 by striking out both occurrences of CCH and substituting CCHC. Looking to see if anyone would like to speak to that motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And so now we have the motion as amended. And speaking to this motion, I will definitely support this work. One of the priorities that this council has demonstrated is a desire to increase the volume and pace of non-market housing that's being built. And of course, we're building on things that have been done in the past, but now we're taking it to the next level. And so whereas we've just passed this morning bylaws about some rental accommodation, a substantial amount of rental accommodation in the Palliser area, these are ownership units in the Stewart Creek area, and having multiple projects going concurrently is aligned with our efforts to increase the volume and pace at which non-market housing is brought online. And I'm certainly appreciative of the work at CCH in moving this forward, and for the work with admin in working to see how we can help support this work. And that is exactly what this motion is all about. So I support this going forward. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
In favor of this one. One note, I know there are conversations with the province about whether or not this sort of guarantee would affect our debt limits, and I think this is a very real example that we may be able to take to Minister McIver and see if we can get some help with projects like this as far as our debt ceilings are concerned.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship, and happy to support this. It's a bit of a milestone project. It's one of our first ones on term where we're actually breaking ground. Shovels in the ground coming up, and I think that's happening tomorrow. So thank you, Chris Mathieu, Drew, you guys are in place here, the rest of the CCHC team for moving us through this first new project. Great job, guys.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We're moving now to item G3, 2024 property tax rates. Ms. Gibbons, the microphone is yours again.
Okay. So next, I will present the 2024 property tax rates, and there are only very minor changes from the presentation that I did on April 16th when I brought forward the preliminary tax rate, so I'm going to run through this quite quickly. As a reminder, the 2024 approved operating budget is $77 million, and of that, the budgeted municipal tax requirement is just under $34.9 million rounded. This is made up of the municipal taxes portion, the vital homes amount, and the estimate for supplementary taxes, which will be collected later this year. The additional amounts that need to be collected through property taxes are $30.4 million in education taxes, $1.6 million for the seniors requisition, and just under $4,600 for the designated industrial properties. The municipal taxes amount is set through that budget process each year, and compared to 2023, municipal taxes increased 7.6% net of growth, and the vital homes amount remained the same as 2023 at $450,000. The education taxes are based on the preliminary 2024 requisition that has been received from the province. And again, due to the higher assessment growth in Canmore than the rest of the province, Canmore will experience a 23% increase in the 2024 education requisition, up $5.6 million for a total of $30,351,778. And then there is an adjustment of $26,740 that was uncollected from the prior year. So that brings our total education requisition to be collected to $30,378,518. The seniors requisition amount comes from Bow Valley Regional Housing. There is a net increase of 4% in 2024 for a total amount to be collected of $1,604,865. And finally, the designated industrial property taxes requisition comes from Municipal Affairs. That's at $4,561. For every dollar of property tax collected, 53 cents will go to the town's municipal programs and services, 45 cents will go to the province for the education system, and the remaining 2 cents for supportive living accommodation for seniors. Next, I'll quickly run through a brief overview of the assessment information. So this is the assessment information in aggregate with the totals by classification. So the total taxable assessment base for 2024 is $11.8 billion, which is an increase of $1.2 billion or 10.9% from last year. Real growth of $223.64 million is the assessed value of new properties that did not previously exist, and market growth or inflation is at $943.37 million. And that's the net increase in the assessed value of existing properties. So once we take the amounts to be collected, take the assigned splits as discussed when the draft rates were brought forward, and divide those based on the assessment information we just looked at, we get the resultant mill rates. So these are the mill rates for 2024. Canmore has stayed consistent over the last number of years, with residential properties comprising about 85% of the town's total assessment value and generating 65% of the municipal tax levy, while non-residential properties comprise roughly 15% of the town's total assessed value and generate 35% of the municipal tax levy. And again, it's in line with the comparisons with our competitors and neighbors. Per the MGA, municipalities are to conform to a non-residential to residential mill rate ratio of no more than 5:1, and as you can see, we are well under that threshold at 3.06 to 1. Last year, our ratio was 3.28 to 1. One new piece of information from the last time I did the preliminary mill rates. So April 22nd was the deadline to formally file an assessment appeal. So the number of appeals we received this year is at 52. So 35 are for residential properties and 17 are for non-residential properties. Now, not all of these will necessarily go to the Assessment and Review Board, as many could be resolved between now and when the hearings are scheduled in the fall. For some context, in 2023, 63 appeals were received and 58 of those were resolved prior to the hearings. And that concludes my presentation this morning, and I would just end with the recommendation that Council give for second and third reading to Property Tax Rate Bylaw 2024-13.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons. And I do want to say this is an excellent report. Thank you very much for its thoroughness and the detail and easily digestible. So I really appreciate that. Looking to see if there are any questions from council. As Ms. Gibbons noted, this is not the first time we've seen this information as it has come to the Finance Committee. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's actually not a question for you. Last time these were presented, I believe Councillor Graham had asked what the entire budget for CRPS was, and I guess comparing it to the requisition that we're receiving. And I managed to look that up, and I thought I would help that the total revenues or the total budget for CRPS for 2023-2024 was $35,926,000 based on a media release that they cut loose in April of last year. So,
do you know how much of that is provincially funded?
No, I don't know.
Because I know they have their own revenue sources.
Yeah, they do
as well.
have their own revenue. It says actually total revenues of $35 million, but they have to provide a balanced budget. So in the release, it's 35,926,000, and with expenditures of 35,896,000. So literally $100,000 of give between the two numbers, between expenditures and.
Yeah, so I am curious as to how much actually comes from the provincial government, because my understanding is that the amount received is less than the amount collected.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And we're collecting 30 million. So
Yes.
we'd have, obviously, there's
Yeah,
a significant amount that
absolutely. And that, because we're not looking at Banff's budget, we're not looking at the ID's budget or any other MD of Bighorn and their budgets and what they have to remit to the province. So it'd be,
Right.
all
Oh, yeah,
of those
of course.
numbers combined.
This is much more than Canmore, of course, yes.
Yes, I think it may or may not be known in general that although people pay education taxes, it just goes straight into general revenues in Edmonton. It's not, you cannot draw a direct line between one and the other. It's quite archaic, the system of taxation in this province.
Okay.
That's all.
Any other, or any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. All right. I will move that council give first reading to property tax rate bylaw 2024-13. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give second reading to property tax rate bylaw 2024-13. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give leave to go to third reading of property tax rate bylaw 20-24-13. I'm just noting that there's a couple of typos in the agenda, but so it's 2024-13. All those in favor? Carry unanimously. And then I'll move that council give third reading to property tax rate bylaw 2024-13. Just speaking to the motion, there's always mixed feelings around taxes. Nobody likes taxes. It's a bill. And that includes all members of council. However, we also get really good value for our taxes. What we get compared to other bills is really quite substantial. The fact is that for the most part, this is a status quo budget. And costs have, or the budget was a status quo budget, and therefore the math that follows reflects that. And, it has to do with keeping up with the rising costs that we face, as well as, we did make a move to, which is an incredibly positive move, and that is to 4 on the floor at the fire department at all times. And there's increased RCMP costs right across the board. Everybody knows about them. Our families face them, our businesses face them, and our municipality faces them. And so we do see an increased amount of taxes. And, that's, of course, in an affordability, times of affordability crunch that's being felt right across the country. People will feel that, so we are cognizant of that. On the matter of education tax, which is beyond our control, the amount that comes out of Canmore has always been disproportionate to the amount that returns to our schools, and with a 23% increase of the education requisition for us, Canmore continues to get hammered by that taxation, which goes to benefit many others across the province. And so you're welcome.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, Your Worship. It's going to be a long day for me. Thank you. I just wanted to point out the also the provincial downloading costs that continue to come to our community. And we'll speak to Bill 18 and 20 later today, but you know, that is also a significant portion of our budget of services that should be provided by the province and are picked up by the municipality. We'll speak to Bill 20 later today, but just wanted to point that one out as well.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, and that amount is in excess of $4.5 million per year. Any other comments on the motion? See none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we'll move to a quick correction that needs to be made. G4, Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA Tax Rate Bylaw Amendment 2024-14. Yeah, the financial titles for these things are long.
I'll work on that. So I don't have a presentation for this agenda item. I was just going to speak to it verbally.
Yep.
Following the approval of the Downtown BIA tax rate bylaw at the April regular business meeting of council, when we went to enter the information from that Schedule A that shows the amounts by property into our financial system, there were a couple discrepancies that we flagged and just are now seeking to update. So the amounts to collect are unchanged, but there are two line items within Schedule A to be updated. One property had undergone a change and actually had a new tax roll number and legal land description. And then the other change was the addition of one lot number to another property's legal land description. Our intent with bringing this back is just to have these items cleared up prior to the printing of tax notices. Now that we have our property tax rates approved, tax notices can be printed, and those do include the BIA amounts for the relevant properties. So as such, the recommendation is that council give first, second, and third reading to Downtown Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw Amendment 2024-14. And if there are any questions on that item, I'm happy to speak to them.
Great, thank you very much. I'm glad that those were caught and the errors. The revisions are very clear based on the red line, and so it's quite easy to understand what the changes are. Looking to the council to see if there are any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I'll now move the council give first reading to Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA Tax Rate Bylaw Amendment 2024-14. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that council give second reading to Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA Tax Rate Bylaw Amendment 2024-14. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that council give leave to go to third reading of Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA Tax Rate Bylaw Amendment 2024-14. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to Downtown Business Improvement Area BIA Tax Rate Bylaw Amendment 2024-14. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to item H1. Rome Housing Unit Purchase, Canmore Share. Oh, Ms. Gibbons, welcome back.
What a novelty, speaking to council. So my next agenda item is for the financing of Canmore's share of a housing unit that's been purchased by Rome. So this is actually a revised motion I'm putting up on the slides right now. This is different than what's in the agenda package. This is what we're seeking for approval from council today. Again, just trying to be clear about what we're asking for. So we have revised what was in the original agenda package. So the revised recommendation is that council approve a new capital project, 7382, titled Rome Housing Unit Purchase. and that council approve funding for $256,919 being Canmore's portion of the housing unit purchased by Bow Valley Regional Transit Services Commission, BVRTSC, as follows: $100,000 from the Town of Canmore operating reserves held by BVRTSC, and $156,919 for capital project 7382 to be funded from the Integrated Transportation Management Reserve. The Bow Valley Regional Transit Services Commission has continued to grow as an organization with increases in service hours, fleet size, and the number of drivers employed. One of the main challenges they were experiencing in recruiting drivers to come and work in the Bow Valley related to the lack of available housing. Various options were explored, one of which was the option to purchase a unit to rent to employees, and this was the option that was ultimately pursued, and BVRTSC moved forward with the purchase of a unit in Bald Eagle Peak Chalets. No external financing was taken for the purchase of the unit, and that purchase was split equally with a quarter each to Banff, ID9, the General Commission, and Canmore. So our quarter share of the purchase totals $256,919. The other parties to the purchase currently have sufficient balances within their operating reserves to cover their portions. However, Canmore currently does not, and so will require a top-up of funding for our portion.
And you're referring specifically there to the operating reserves held by BVRTSC?
Correct, yeah.
Right. Yep.
Yes, not our operating reserves, but the Canmore dedicated ones held by them, you're correct.
Yeah.
Our recommendation is to use the amount available in that Canmore operating reserve held by BVRTSC, which is estimated at $100,000 above the recommended minimum reserve balance, and then the rest will come in the form of a capital requisition and is recommended to be funded from the Integrated Transportation Management Reserve.
Great, thank you. And bless you.
So that's really it, the recommendation before council today. Again, this is the revised one, and I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
Does anybody have any questions? I see none. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Graham, and then Councillor McCown.
Sorry, a little late on the draw here today. A couple things. Are there any details as to what this unit is that we are purchasing? Is it a townhouse? Is it a house? How many bedrooms does it have?
Ms. Rogers.
I have not seen the unit, but it is an apartment within this Bald Eagles chalet. I can certainly get details for you on how many staff it can accommodate.
That's the new one being built by the hospital, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
It's 5 bedrooms.
Yeah, and it's one of the multi-amenity units.
Common amenity unit.
Common.
Yes, I believe it is the first common amenity unit that the Planning Commission approved.
That's right. It's a common amenity unit that has 5 bedrooms.
Common amenity housing, that's the word, CAH.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. And then I'm wondering, and maybe one of the members of that board can speak to this, why the decision not to take any debt on to secure this location?
Ms. Rogers?
I can speak to that. Given the other pressures on our debt and the funds available in the Integrated Parking Management Reserve, we thought that was the best and most fiscally responsible use of funding this low amount. We typically don't take debt for what's considered a relatively low amount because that debt that we acquire is spread over a significantly longer period of time than you might take as an individual. And so it made the most financial sense to use that reserve instead of incurring additional carrying costs for a small amount of debt over a long period of time.
Yeah, I agree. I'll clarify my question. Why did Rome not decide to put any debt on this building and go for a cash purchase? Can anybody speak to that?
Councillor Faubert.
Yeah, I believe so. There's a bit of a timeline. One was at the very beginning, understanding that the commission had a intense need to have some housing to be able to staff this summer or into the future. Solutions were being sought. The commission also rented a unit in Banff. So they are renting housing in Banff for drivers there. And then the opportunity to purchase common amenity housing came up. At the time, we knew as a commission that we had enough in terms of reserves to cover the price, but we explored potential debenture situations, including using the bank, including using the government of Alberta loan processes, and we looked through those. But at the time of the decision, the three partners felt that because we were individually covering off our portion, that with reserves available for Lake Louise and Banff to pay their portions in full, that was the best way to move forward. The Transit Commission also has no debt. This would have been the first debenture for a project it would have taken. So because there was reserves available, it came down to the fact that Canmore didn't have enough in our reserves. So the potential was that we'd be coming back to council like we are today for some additional funds on that. So that was the way that kind of decision flowed out, but it was definitely considered and explored, and then especially given the current interest rates, wasn't felt the best way forward.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert. Maybe one more follow-up on that one. If Rome should decide to finance this in the future when rates are more favorable, what would happen to that capital? It would stay within the Transit Commission, or would that come back to council or to the town of Canmore? Or unknown?
Ms. Gibbons?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was a question for me or
well, I guess the question is, okay, so it's owned by the Transit Commission.
Correct.
Which is subject or made of multiple stakeholders. But if let's say that property is ever sold, the proceeds would then presumably go to the Transit Commission, and I guess the argument would be made that it could go back to the reserves of the various parties. Does that sound like a reasonable, possible future scenario?
Potentially. That wasn't anything that was included in the financial alternatives that we'd considered like at the end of the project's life cycle, I should say. It was really just around financing it right now. So you're correct. It would seem reasonable that sales proceeds would go back to the commission, and then some kind of split amongst the partners who had contributed initially and could go back into our operating reserves with the commission.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Councillor Faubert, you had something to add?
Yeah, and I think too, the commission has experienced significant growth, and looking into the future, we just completed one day of a strategic planning session. And I think that when it comes to doing something like this again, the plan of the board and the commission is to consider the way we might acquire a property like this more fully in the future. This was really a situation where an opportunity came up and the commission acted on it because the outcome and the objective was critical in terms of being able to continue to operate all of our bus routes and have the number of bus drivers that we needed. But I think into the future, Wade, what I hear you saying is like, if we're going to be purchasing property, what happens if? And I don't know if we've explored all those questions yet and have all those answers, but I hear you asking them, and I don't think you're alone. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert. Yeah, it looks to me in the report that this property was already purchased, and what would happen if council today decided to say no to this request? And I don't think that's what we're going to do, but
Councillor McCallum.
It has some questions.
Could I speak to that, Councillor Graham? So
please.
Today we're not being asked whether or not we want to purchase the property. That's already happened. That happened last year around this time. What we're being asked today is how we would like to finance it, how we would like to pay for our share. That is what is being proposed today in the agenda. So that decision was made by the commission a year ago. And actually, the whole idea is what would happen down the road in terms of selling. That was conversations as chair that I'd had with the CEO, and very much what was described was how we saw it would play out if we were ever in a position and having to sell it. But we knew that it was getting our toe in the door in a property that was purpose-built for exactly what we were looking to achieve in terms of the type of housing. It's much easier to purchase a brand new unit. You can furnish the fixtures the way you want it, make them more durable, et cetera, for the type of housing that you had going in and out of there, or clientele rather, just the drivers, or staff rather, staff. Yes, that was thought out. It may not have been explained, but it had been thought out in advance. And the other idea was that in the future, depending on how it was financed, which is not being financed, it's being paid for by cash, we would have the opportunity to use that as a toehold to finance future projects or future builds if we wanted to purchase them as well. We could extract the value out of those doors and purchase more doors potentially. The commission could. So it was very much at the time strategic, and it was about the opportunity of that first common amenity housing style of housing being available in Canmore for staff. And so the last set of plans that I saw before I left the commission, it's a 5-room flat with each of their own bathrooms. Each room has its own bathroom, and it's suitable for I believe one person per room, with a common kitchen and a living space.
Thank you, Councillor Kelm. I appreciate the backstory on that one. Yes, thank you. My brain's a little foggy today. Appreciate that.
Looking to members of council to see if there are any other questions. I see none, so thank you. I will move, if we don't mind putting the one slide back up that has the motion. There we go. Okay, I will move that council approve a new capital project, 7382, titled Rome Housing Unit Purchase, and that council approve funding for $256,919 being Canmore's portion of the housing unit purchased by Bow Valley Regional Transit Services Commission, BVRTSC, as follows: $100,000 from the Town of Canmore operating reserves held by BVRTSC, and $156,919 for capital project 7382 to be funded from the Integrated Transportation Management Reserve. And speaking to the motion, I'm in favor of this motion. I recognize that as we are to the Transit Commission and Rome Transit, it's still a growing entity that is, I don't know if it's still in its infancy, but it is still experiencing the growing pains. It's not a fully mature system yet, and as such, there are things that come along that are good opportunities that haven't been considered before, and there's no processes around. I think that there's lots of learning from this process. I'm appreciative of this opportunity and willing to support this motion. However, I would have preferred, and in fact I will be speaking this at the Commission Board, going forward, that we get the buy-in from the stakeholders at the front end as opposed to at the back end. And that's, hindsight being 2020, and looking forward to, as it is, processes developing as we determine that they are needed. And I'll also be speaking to what is the policy around the use of those funds should they be, there'd be a sale and some revenues to raised by the commission. How are they split up between the partners? I think that the situation is such that everybody put in 25%, and then if it was ever sold, you'd get out 25%. Probably to the operating reserves, but that would be something for future discussion if that event ever arises. But all that said, as I mentioned, I will support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Councillor McCallum, did you? Oh, no, it's not on. No. Are you in favor? Oh, I'm in favor. I thought it was next. Okay, sorry, I just didn't see it. Okay, that's carried unanimously then. We'll now move to item H2, Housing Action Plan. Ms. Rogers. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council. In June of 2023, Council approved the town's Housing Action Plan, which formed the basis of our Housing Accelerator Fund application. As you're aware, the town has been advised that we were unsuccessful in receiving the half grant funding. However, at that time, in June of 2023, Council was clear that these priorities were to be advanced whether or not that grant funding was received. So administration has been working to advance the action plan items, and this request for additional funding represents the resources required to accomplish this work in 2024 in advance of the 2025 property tax cycle. So this really speaks directly to the pace comment that the mayor made in an earlier presentation. Oops. Just as a bit of a reminder why this work is important, and we've certainly spoken a lot about housing today. Successive council strategic plans have consistently prioritized affordability, climate action, mode shift, and complete communities. And the housing impact on our community continues to grow and really has been defined as a crisis. You'll remember some of these stats that we've shared before. 26% of dwellings in Canmore are non-owner occupied, compared with 8% provincially, which is leading to many more vacant homes than you might see in other communities. Monthly shelter costs have increased by 65% since 2006, which is 37% higher than the Alberta average. And as you just saw in the property tax presentation, property values in Canmore have grown significantly, twice as high actually as the Alberta average. And so these really are wicked problems in our community that require really bold solutions. A number of ongoing efforts to address the housing crisis in Canmore were shared in June when we put this action plan together, and I just wanted to remind everyone of those. Ongoing efforts include our process and resourcing improvements in development planning and engineering, planning for projects, incentives, and resources around climate action work, support for Canmore community housing, and investment in transit and other infrastructures to really support that complete community concept. A number of these initiatives have been completed. I won't go through the whole list, but just did want to highlight that when this was presented to you in June, both the Palliser Trail Area Structure Plan and the improvements to our e-permitting tool in City View were in progress, and those initiatives have now both been completed. And then we had some plans. Moving from the plan stage to the current initiatives are the updating of the Climate Action Plan and the Connect Downtown or Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan. So this work has continued to advance and continued to progress in these last few months. And then as a reminder, there are some initiatives that will be coming in this next short term. So in addition to all of these initiatives, Council also directed administration at a high level to encourage long-term occupancy of our existing housing stock, to encourage an increase in the rental supply. One of our challenges on the rental side is actually a lack of supply. And then to create a sustainable source of funding to support affordable or non-market housing. And to advance this work, the Livability Task Force was struck in September of last year. And this group of dedicated residents represented the tourism, development, and rental sectors, as well as Canmore Community Housing and Council. And they worked hard to develop thoughtful recommendations that would have a meaningful impact on the housing crisis in Canmore. Excuse me. At a high level, the Livability Task Force recommended developing a plan to phase out the tourist home designation, develop a plan to incentivize full-time or long-term occupancy, including a permanent resident rebate program, and to investigate a tax structure to incentivize purpose-built rental accommodation. To advance this substantial amount of new work, additional resources are required, and administration is requesting an increase to the original capital project to fund a combination of consultant support, staff time, and external legal resources to be able to implement the recommendations of the Livability Task Force. And I've broken this work out into kind of 3 phases. So this work started in June of 2023 when you approved the original capital project. From that project, we funded the Livability Task Force and their work, and then we have been leading some ongoing work around all 3 of those streams. And additionally, we are working with a consulting firm, and you'll remember a recent workshop to develop non-market and affordable housing, particularly in the Mustache Lands. And so all of that work has been funded from that original capital project. Timelines for the work are very aggressive, which again speaks to the pace conversation. In order for us to be able to apply any of these new changes that we'll be making recommendations to you on for the next tax cycle, that work needs to be completed in 2024. Additionally, with our next 2-year budget cycle coming in the fall, that will impact 2025 and 2026, we also need to be able to share with you the resources that will be required to implement and continue to advance this work. And so the timing, for several reasons, is quite critical, I would say. Phase 2, so kind of where we're at now, and part of this request is really additional funding to continue to advance this work. We're full steam ahead in determining how best to implement the direction you gave in January when you accepted the Livability Task Force's recommendations. We have planned an update to the May Committee of the Whole meeting to share with you the progress that's been made on the tourist home phase-out portion of that project. And then updates to the permanent resident program are scheduled to come to the June Committee of the Whole. And in both of those stages, we're really working to share with you what we've learned as we've done this research, what we've received in terms of legal advice and as far as direction is concerned, and then next steps. Included in those next steps are, at various points in this next few months, go or no-go decisions for council. Once we have information, more information available than we have now, and we're continuing to work on that, we'll share that with council and say, this is what this needs to look like. Is it something you still wish for us to pursue? And if you do, we'll go. And if you don't, it will stop. Nope. Anyway, that's okay. Sorry, at a high level, again, this work that is phase 2 and what we're looking for this additional funding on is around program design. So that continues with what we've started already, ongoing legal review. There will be some policy and bylaw updates required for various portions of the program, and as always, those would come to council for approval. And then communication is a critical piece of this whole work for impacted property owners, for our residents, for our development community, really so that any stakeholders are well aware of what's happening. And then phase 3 of the work is really what we see as being ongoing. If council chooses to pursue any or all of these various priorities, that will become part of our regular work. That will require some program implementation. There's going to be an enforcement element, likely to at least 2 of the 3, the phasing out of tourist home and also the permanent resident program. We're proposing that part of what we bring to you is also some program measurement and reporting so that we can show the impact of what the programs have had on affordable housing or on occupiable units. And then we see also an ongoing program evaluation and adjustment period. This is very new to us and new to our community. We're likely to learn a number of things in the first few years of a cycle and want to be open to making adjustments to the program once we learn what actually happens when we implement it. There likely would be a recommendation that any of this ongoing work would be funded from the incremental taxes collected in the program to incentivize full-time occupancy. That, of course, is a council decision, whether you choose to fund that from these incremental taxes or from the regular tax collection. That's entirely up to you. So just to break down this capital budget increase request, as I mentioned earlier, where we really see a few buckets of support being needed. On the consulting services side, we don't have the tax policy expertise to develop what's really very complex property tax approach. And so we're looking for some consultant support there. As we've shared in previous presentations, there are a number of municipalities who have programs like the Permanent Resident Incentive Program in place. We want to learn from what they've put in place and also from their learnings. Both Toronto and Vancouver have adjusted their programs each year based on new things that they've learned, and so really behooves us to learn from them as well. Communicating with our stakeholders, critical, and would be consultant support to supplement our communications team. The program and budget design is being developed right now, and hopefully will continue to be developed if this project is approved or project increase is approved. On the housing development side, that work in the Mustache Lands, it's again something that we want to continue to see advance. And we are looking for some consulting support for an online declaration program to minimize the effort required by residents to declare their residency status, rather than requiring each person to come in person, as happens now with our tourist home statutory declaration process. We really want to find a way to automate that process. Again, Toronto and Vancouver have done that, so there are some opportunities for us to learn there. We're looking for some external legal support for vetting of the program design really across all 3 of those streams. So again, the phasing out of tourist home, permanent residency incentive, and purpose-built rental incentive. And then also getting some legal support to ensure that bylaw updates are written in a way that can be enforceable, and that our that there's an appeals process and it's compliant with the MGA and allows folks to appeal. To free up the capacity of some existing staff who have the expertise with our assessment and taxation systems, and to be able to advance process work around both, in this case, on the tourist home side and also on the permanent resident piece. We need to backfill some of our finance staff with their regular day-to-day work to free them up to focus on this work. And that concludes my presentation. So we have 2 recommendations for you today: that Council rename the capital project 7327 to Housing Action Plan. When we originally put it forward, we were very optimistic that it could be the Housing Accelerator Fund capital project. Sadly, that's not the case, so we would like to propose it be renamed to the Housing Action Plan, and that Council approve a budget increase from $200,000 to $750,000, with the additional $550,000 funded from the General Capital Reserve. And just as a reminder, Ms. Gibbons shared when we did our year-end financial statements that We were recommending a portion of our surplus in the amount of $550,000 be directed to this general capital reserve, so there's no negative impact on our existing balances. We could fund this increase from that surplus.
Bold is a choice, not a trait. Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Rogers, for that report. Looking to members of council to determine if there are any questions. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers, for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. My first one, if we rename the capital project to the Housing Action Plan, is it now operational, or is it a program, or is it still a capital project? It only just came to my mind. I don't know why that came to my mind.
Sorry if I said the word program, I meant Housing Action Plan.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
If I said that, it was me.
It is still a capital project. We would consider this as kind of one-time work, and then any ongoing expenses that would occur once council approves that it is the way you'd like to move forward, that would come back to you as part of the operational budget in the fall of this year. So for now, we see this still as being a capital project to fund that work.
Awesome. And that leads into a question I had around operational costs.
Yeah.
Would we know at this time what that might look like, or is that something that comes out of this process?
That will come out of this process in more detail. I can say certainly on the enforcement side, we will need some additional resources. And in the tax department, we will also need additional resources. It's looking like the recommendation we'll make to council is that we take an approach on the permanent resident side of creating a subclass for permanent residents rather than doing a rebate program. The rebate program in our initial research would prove to be probably 2 or 3 times the amount of work as creating a subclass and potentially more complicated for residents. But still having that subclass requires that all residents declare whether they're permanent or not. And so we're looking at about 13,000 residential tax rolls. And if you take the 75 to 78% of those are permanent resident, we're going to have to interact in some way with that volume of residents. We just haven't been able yet to figure out a way around it. I don't know if we will. So we will require some additional resources there. The other piece that would impact ongoing resources is the appeal process. If the subclass route is the one that is approved by council, subclasses are governed by the Assessment Review Board, so that appeal process already exists, but it could result in an increase in the number of challenges we have to the Assessment Review Board. People would be challenging their subclass and saying, I am actually a permanent resident versus being a non-permanent resident, and that would all go through the ARB. So we'll see some additional workload there as well.
And so as I look through the way that phase 2 rolls out for the 3 kind of distinct parts of the action plan, then there will be points in time when admin will return to council for decisions, and at that point we would have that more information of, what does this look like and how much it might cost in terms of resources to move it forward.
That's right, yeah. And we took the approach of bringing our initial findings first to committee of the whole, so we could kind of gauge council's support or not, or if there were any areas that you wanted change, so that before we're bringing decisions about a specific program approach, you've had an opportunity to provide some input. We still have an opportunity to adjust and change rather than trying to do that on the fly in a decision meeting of council.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. Thank you very much, Ms. Rogers. Sorry. All right, so I will then move 2 different motions here. I'll move that council rename CAP 7327 to Housing Action Plan. Speaking in favor of the motion, I think that makes a lot of sense. Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council approve a budget increase to CAP 7327 Housing Action Plan from $200,000 to $750,000 with the additional $550,000 to be funded from the General Capital Reserve. I'd like to, oh, Councillor Faubert.
Oh, my green light doesn't go on.
Oh, I'll turn it off. Okay. I'll like to speak in favor of this motion. As Ms. Rogers mentioned, that $550,000 that was put into the General Capital Reserve from the surplus from last year is the amount that would be used for this project, which means it has a net zero impact on the plans that we had for that reserve prior to the surplus being added. I think that's an excellent use of those funds. And without a doubt, when we're approaching the recommendations from the Livability Task Force, we want to make sure that they are done well, and that we've taken a look at different possibilities, that we've sussed out how a program or the programs will work, the details with regards to upcoming costs, the impact on various property owners, etc. And so that means we need expertise hired and resources used, and therefore I think that this money will be well spent in the long run. And I look forward to seeing what comes of this work. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. I believe that I hit the button the wrong way prior, and that's why it's no longer blinking properly. I'm going to be speaking in favor of the motion, and I'm really, really grateful for the information provided by administration, Ms. Rogers, today. I think that, I feel really confident and fully supportive of the objectives of the Livability Task Force, and that this is the pathway we need to explore to get to those objectives. I do have some fear around the fact that it's not, there's some things we want to do that aren't as straightforward as other jurisdictions are able to do them. And because we can't be as straightforward, how we do it becomes, I think, really important, in that we don't create that we are creating the solutions and not programs that perhaps have unintended consequences of being more complex to administer than we actually get the benefit from. And that's just but I think what I'm hearing, and especially in some of the details with respect to what the funding will be spent in terms of looking at, that we're already identifying that, and we're moving towards the solution. So for me, that's it means that this is a really good check-in point to support this work with additional funding, so that we can fully explore the solutions that we need to help increase livability in our community. And these are the three ones that we've identified with our community as the biggest areas that we can make a difference in. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am very happy to support this. There's excellent work that was done by the Livability Task Force, and we're building on that. And we got to pull all the levers we can to get where we need to go when it comes to our housing crisis. And so thank you so much, Ms. Rogers, rest of the task force, and I wish you guys tailwinds on the next phase of this project.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I will be speaking in favor of this. And although the decision of the government about our half funding was discouraging, we are not discouraged. And nevertheless, she persisted. And so I'm really grateful for Ms. Rogers of continuing to push this forward and keep on track and hire the right people and the right resources so that we can put forward a very clear, concise program moving forward in how we can fund our housing goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I too just want to thank administration and the Livability Task Force for all of their work to date. One of the points I want to highlight is the timing is critical of this, and the sooner we get this done, the more impact we can have. $550,000 sounds like a lot, but it's not. You know, that is one family, one home in this community, and if that's our benefit, then fantastic. I really look forward to doing this well, doing this right, and doing this quickly. And thank you all for your continued efforts on this front.
Thank you, Councillor. Looking to see if there's any other comments. You know, I want to point out, just before I call the question here, or before I call the question, that this is the third very significant item today that this council and administration are bringing forward and making decisions on as part of our boldly addressing the housing crisis. We've heard today about laying the foundation for a significant number of rental units, non-market rental units. We've heard today about 18 more ownership, non-market ownership units. And here we're taking a look at really out-of-the-box things, especially within our provincial jurisdiction, because there's different rules in each jurisdiction, and as Councillor Faubert indicated, it's easier in some other jurisdictions. So, we are really moving forward. Just today, dealing with these things. I don't know how anyone could describe what we're doing as other than ambitious. This is ambitious work. This is aggressive timelines. This is working boldly to achieve the outcomes that we need as a community to address our housing crisis in as timely a manner as humanly possible. And so I'm really proud of this council's work, and I'm proud of the work of administration, and I'm proud that we are being bold and ambitious. And with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, taking a look. Yeah, we can still fit in at least one more item before lunch. And so let's move on to item H3, Bow Valley Trail and Teepee Town Street and Drainage Improvements Budget Amendment. Mr. Asarte.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I have a brief verbal presentation for the recommendation that I'm here for today, which is that Council approve a budget increase to CAP 7297, Bow Valley Trail and Teepee Town Street and Drainage Improvements, from $3.9 million to $4.15 million, with the additional $250,000 to be funded from the Investing Canada Infrastructure Program, ISIP. This funding has come available through some capital changes we made to the plan last fall, specifically reduction in scope to the Bow Valley Trail South project. At the time, we were looking at across the program increases to budget needs based on market factors and other considerations, and decided rather than increasing the budget at the time, it made sense to decrease the scope of that project. That has freed up some ISIP funding, and we're recommending to apply it to the Bow Valley Trail project. There are a significant number of components that align very well with the ISIP transit stream, including our bus stops and pathways. Rather than budget substitution, we're recommending this as a budget increase. Our budget was quite tight for this project, and our contingency is currently held for some of the significant risks we have on a project like this with deep utilities and other considerations working on a retrofit project. Our method for managing that is to consider scope items that can be adjusted. However, if we apply ISIP funding, we really need to complete all of those ISIP-related components of the project, and this funding increase will give certainty to being able to do that within our approved budget. And with that, I will conclude my brief verbal and turn it over for any questions you might have about the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Sarte. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Yes, I'll ask a question. Should this project come under the new budget amount if approved, because there's grant funding involved, are we then able to roll that into a subsequent project that of similar parameters? Or because I imagine with instead of substitution, the addition, even though you said it's tight, there is contingency, there's a very real possibility that we will come under budget, under a new budget.
If we were to come under budget, there's a high likelihood we would still be able to apply the full amount of grant funding to this project, and it would be other funding sources that would be freed up. It would depend on the final formula of we can have up to a maximum of 40% federal funding. Okay. But I would expect if we're somewhere in this range, we would be able to apply the full amount of ISIP.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Looking to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, I'll call the question, or actually, no, I will put the motion on the floor, which is clear indication it's almost time for lunch. I will move that council approve a budget increase to cap 7297 Bow Valley Trail and Teepee Town street and drainage improvements from $3,900,000 to $4,150,000, with the additional $250,000 to be funded by the Invest in Canada Infrastructure Program. For the reasons provided by Mr. Sarte and the rationale given in support of this change, I will support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'm more inclined to be taking a lunch break now rather than diving into the paid parking motion brought by Councillor Graham. I think that it'll be best for us to be fresh going into that, as I'm already stumbling on the motions. And so I'm going to call a break with us returning at 1 o'clock. And now we're moving on to item H4. This is an item being brought forth by Councillor Graham. And so whenever you're ready to proceed, Councillor, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Audio on my end is a little crackly again. Is everything good on that end?
Yes, you're coming across very clear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for letting me bring this item forward. Last fall, Council deliberated on the paid parking program within the town of Canmore. At that point in time, we were presented with data around weekday and weekend utilization rates. It was at that time that I made a motion regarding this issue, suggesting that on the weekdays, it would be premature to increase rates as we had not hit the level set by administration. And every month except for one, July, which comes up to about 78, 79%. I had to wait 6 months to kind of bring this one back to council, but I felt it was important to bring this one back. The summer season is nearly upon us. It is my understanding that the rates will be set here shortly, May 15th, for the summer season. I don't have much to add outside of what's already detailed in my request for decision. I look at those parking lots on a nearly daily basis, and we are justified in our rate increases on the weekend. They are at a utilization rate that does justify this rate increase. However, during the week, I don't see parking lots that are well utilized or utilized as I think they should be. Anecdotally, talking to various business owners, and I say anecdotally because we haven't had a study done in quite some time about the actual health and vibrancy of businesses in our downtown core. But some businesses are up, some businesses are down, and some are flat. Personally, my business, I will be closing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Admittedly, this is my slow season, and I recognize that. But personally, I'm going to be closing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I see other businesses looking at that as well, and I'm concerned about the vibrancy of our downtown core with this rate increase. I do absolutely support mode shift and people moving away from their vehicles. However, I do feel we are a little premature in this rate increase. I won't pontificate too much. What I already have is in the report. I look forward to hearing back from my colleagues and hope for your support in this request for decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So as per our usual course of things, before a motion is put on the table, we'll open it up to questions.
Of course.
I have a couple of questions for you. Now, you attached the request for decision from that last October and November Finance Committee meeting. And I'm specifically looking at page 96 of our agenda package of 160.
Yes, sir.
And this is page 7 of 18 of the Integrated Parking Management Plan update in attachment 1. So a couple of questions arising from the data that's provided here. Now, it says there that during the week, during peak season, over half of all, let's see, where is it? Right there. Over half of all transactions are residents with an average of 88 minutes per session and they have 180, and all residents, of course, have 180 free minutes. So doesn't it stand to reason that your proposed change will have like negligible or zero impact on resident behavior?
Sorry, your audio is a little blurry from on this end, but
Okay,
if I'm
yeah,
understanding
I
you
can
correctly,
repeat.
you're
Okay,
thinking
'cause
that
you know, basically, the data shows that residents, on average, use 88 minutes per session, and they have 180 free minutes. So it stands to reason that a vast majority of those stays are free, and so reducing the rate, I would expect, would have a negligible impact on resident behavior, because free is free.
Yeah, I would agree. Resident behavior, you know, we're typically getting them down there and they're not using their full utilization of the free 3 hours.
Right. And so, okay, so if it's not going to change resident behavior, let's take a look at visitor behavior. The data shows that visitors tend to stay an average of 114 minutes. So let's call that 2 hours. So you're suggesting a $1 decrease per hour in the midweek. So I guess I'm asking is, do you think that saving $2 will influence visitors to come downtown more during the week, or even change their visit to Canmore to be more during the week, or more during the week because it's less price than during the weekend for that $2?
Yeah, I think that, you know, the reason we put increases or decreases in there is to change behavior. If it's not for a change of behavior, then why do it at all?
Well, it does change behavior in how long people stay, as opposed to taking up parking spots for a long period of time. It also is a source of money to pay for what we all know is not free parking, but it covers transportation issues as well as transit. And so, you know, I guess I'm boiling it down to is really what you're suggesting is that for the average visit of residents, it will have no impact, and for the average of the visitor, it will have a $2 impact.
I don't know that it will have any change in the revenues that the town of Canmore collects at all. If we keep the rates at $3 an hour, we may see an increase in utilization and usage, whereas if we were to increase them, we may see a decrease in revenues. I'm hoping to find a balance here where we find a vibrant downtown where businesses can thrive, and at this point in time, I'm not seeing the utilization rates justifying the increase in rates at this point in time.
As far as those utilization rates, you had indicated that they're a guide, but they're not a preset policy or anything of that nature, correct?
Sure. We look to administration to provide guidance as to when we should be making changes, and there was a rate set to us. We have not exceeded that rate at this point in time.
And the guidance that's been provided by administration to date is to increase the rates.
That guidance does suggest that we increase the rates across the board. I disagree with that analysis at this point in time.
Okay. I've dominated the microphone. I'll open it up to my fellow councillors to see if there's any questions. Okay, so seeing none, I'm going to, because it's your report, ask that you make the motion.
Unfamiliar territory for me. Thank you very much, Your Worship. I would like to make the motion that council direct administration to implement a $4 an hour parking rate on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays and long weekends, and maintain a $3 parking rate during all of the times in the downtown during peak season. I look forward to hearing from my colleagues and hopefully for their support. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Looking to anyone wishing to speak to the motion. Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you, Councillor Graham, for bringing this motion forward.
I won't be able to support it at this time. I think that the increase that we're looking at, I don't see the $1 increase affecting people not coming down to park. I think just as many people are going to come down to park if it's $3 or $4. I know if I look towards Banff, they've done an increase to $6 an hour in the summer, $5 in the winter. So they're already almost double what we are now, and we will still be well below them. And I think that with how busy it is, and again, anecdotally, how busy I've already seen it being in town, I feel like we're going to see increased traffic. So I think we need to stay ahead of the game here and keep our increase that we have planned, because I think that we're going to see a lot of visitation this year. And I really don't see a $3 or $4, like, I think we're going to get the same amount of people, or we might actually hit the 80%, and we might be looking at an increase next year. So for now, I'd like to stay the course and see how this year plays out. So I will not be able to support your motion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to add my 2 cents. As you can tell from my questions, I actually don't. I think this suggested change makes 0 sense. It's not going to adjust resident behavior and thereby bring more residents downtown, as they are parking, for the most part, for free. I also can't see it adjusting the visitor behavior, which is mostly on the weekend, either by not coming downtown during the week because it's $2 more, or by changing their plans from the weekend to midday because they can save $2 on parking. And that's based on the average stay. What I do think it's going to do is it's going to cause confusion, because they are going up, and if this is approved, it won't be in time to stop the approval. And it's also going to cost us $1,000 for something that will not create changed behavior. And so I'm not able to support your motion. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Councillor Graham for bringing forward something that he feels strongly about. I'm going to be voting in favor of the motion. I feel like this is one of those situations where there isn't a right and a wrong choice. What we have are 2 scenarios that are, to me, both understandable and supportable. And not only that, I think that we have a council that supports paid parking. The objectives that paid parking is meant to achieve, the integrated transportation master plan, and all the work that we've done in terms of mode shift in our community and addressing traffic and congestion downtown. For me, what comes up is, over the past several weeks, I've had a number of conversations with people in the community, and people specifically who work downtown. And it's for those people that I think that this could be a small change for the better. It's not a huge difference in terms of price, but I truly believe that over time, the sum is greater than the parts on certain things. And when it comes to the affordability and livability in our community, there are a whole lot of things that I cannot affect change on. I cannot put in place rent controls. I cannot affect how much the grocery stores charge for food. I can't change how much gas costs. But for people who work downtown midweek, who have to drive their car for work, I think that this motion might make a little bit of a difference, and that's why I'm in support of it. And I also agree that having consistency on the prices helps. I hear what the mayor is saying, and I don't disagree with the points being brought up by any of my colleagues here who might be in a different mind frame when it comes to whether or not they think that this is a good idea. Thank you.
So, Councillor, just for clarification, I mean, most employees, I would think, would be trying to take advantage of the resident parking permit zones or the free zones, and so they wouldn't be impacted by this. because this is peak season when it's warm and that sort of thing. So for the most part, the resident parking permit is the affordability issue where we've provided free parking.
We've done things for sure. I think weekdays at 80% thresholds. What I heard administration say is that moving the price point helps address if we are over the threshold, but we're not over the threshold yet. I also think that we've seen a lot of people who don't live in Canmore but work in Canmore as well, who are supporting businesses owned by people, our local business owners. So it's more than just residents, I think, in terms of employees working. It's also the businesses.
Okay.
But we do a lot, and that's just it. It's like not everyone is able to make it a space in the resident-only areas, you know what I mean? So those can fill up. And you do have your 3 free hours, which is a discount. But at this point in time, this is where I feel the price point being slightly reduced for weekdays in summer. This is what I'm hearing from people in the community, so I'm going to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Worship. May I ask a question to Councillor Graham?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So Councillor Graham, I'm assuming that like what you're suggesting here, say like the next year, if we had the data and the midweek showed we beat the threshold, that you would be open to bumping the price up.
Yeah, of course.
All right, okay, great. Well, in that case, I feel I can support your motion. The reason being, where I think what happens is administration, they came up with a reasonable and sensible metric, which was the 85% utilization rate, and that utilization rate triggered the weekend price bump. But I also feel we should kind of keep apples to apples, and rather than move the goalposts, apply the same methodology for the midweek, and if we haven't hit that metric yet, then we should wait off until we hit that new change and then trigger the change there. So for me, I'm coming from a place of consistency on how the metric is applied, and I also think some of Councillor Flaubert's sentiments make sense to me as well. Okay.
Councillor Merrill.
Thank you, Your Worship. I see both sides. I'm coming from the same place, just listening to Councillor Maw and Councillor Flaubert. I would like to see if it makes a difference. If we do bump up to that 80% usage, that means that it worked for bringing people downtown, or the usage of the parking lot that usually sits empty. We do talk about $1 or $2 making a difference in different areas of the community. So it might make a difference to someone working downtown. I know I pay for parking when I'm down here. I use my 3 hours. I also am here for another 3 or 5 after that. And I don't mind paying for the convenience of it. But it also, because after I leave here, I need the convenience of it in a way, because running grandchildren to soccer or picking them up or whatever, so it's convenience maybe for parents. And sometimes that $1 or $2 per hour, you know, if you're working an 8-hour shift and it's $5 a day. So I'm leaning towards supporting this motion.
So a couple of things on that, Councillor Merrill. Of course, we dealt with this during budget time, and there's, you know, budget expectations based upon that. And, you know, you're wondering if not going ahead with or reeling back what is going to be implemented in a week is going to potentially fill the parking lots. Well, the parking lots were already at the $3 an hour. It's really when the visitors come. It's not so much visitors or residents that are going to be impacted by this, really. And so I'm concerned about the budgetary implications, and I'm wondering if you can speak to that.
You mean having a lesser revenue?
Yeah.
I think in our numbers of what we were above for revenue speak to that.
Yeah. So we were projecting higher in the year going forward at a higher rate, but of course it'll be at a lower rate now. if this passes.
My
And-
mind's just going to what we just got reported back, that we were exceeded, our past numbers. So if we have the more visitation, as Councillor Hillstead spoke to, will that number even be higher than what we're predicting? Or will it balance out to what we're looking for?
Right. Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. All very interesting arguments. I did have an opportunity to ask administration what removing that dollar could mean prior at lunch hour, and that's about $250,000 we're leaving on the table. And so, in addition to using staff time to make these changes at a time when we don't have a whole lot of staff, but I think that we've done an excellent job of providing free parking opportunities for those that work out of town, as well as those that don't want to pay for extra parking outside of the 3 hours if they live in town. And I believe that we would be creating confusion, not only amongst I still have people that live downtown that still haven't gotten the parking straight. So imagine somebody coming in from out of town, and on one day it's $3 an hour and it's another on a $4, and it's not like mind shattering, mind you, but it still sort of adds to, or could add to, a reputational risk in terms of the consistency of our parking program. And I think that we are well below our neighbor to the west of us in terms of a per hour rate that people that work in Banff and live in Canmore will have to pay as well. So there's no real difference that way in terms of affordability. So with plenty of free parking options downtown, plenty of discounted parking options for locals and residents, I think that I would prefer to see this program run exactly as it was approved in the fall budget. Thank you.
Councillor Faubert, did you have something you wanted to add?
No.
Okay, just it was on the list, so sorry about that. I did want to actually seek some clarification from administration as to, I mean, it's already going to rise, regardless of what happens with this motion. It's going up with the May long weekend because that work's already done. What would the timing be for reversing that work?
Ms. Miller may be able to give a more accurate answer, because she's been in touch with the vendor in anticipation of this report.
Okay, Ms. Miller.
So our rate changes do start on May 15th. So with that being just next week, we would have to move fairly quickly. So we would likely see the rate change to $4 during the week, because I do not believe we'd be able to submit the request for change, approve it, and have the work done by the engineers, as we're trying to launch 2 new zones as well. So we're really busy working on that and some of the other changes that were approved last year to the program. So it would likely be closer to the end of May, beginning of June. So we would have a period where it would have been at the approved rate for a few weeks and then would go back.
Great, thank you. So I guess my supplemental, based on what I've heard, is, I mean, it sounds like a make work project that we don't know if it will have any positive impact. There's $250,000 in the budget that I'm not willing to say was a bad decision in the fall. Councillor Graham, do you want to say anything to close?
No, I have nothing to add. Thank you very much.
All right, then. I will call the question. All those in favor of the reduction as proposed by Councillor Graham? Okay, and those opposed? The motion is carried with Mayor Krausert, Councillor McCallum, and Councillor Hillstad opposed. All right, moving on then to item H5, Wildfire Preparedness Briefing. Ms. Miller, you have an entourage with you.
I do.
Yes.
Hello, Mayor and Council, and happy Emergency Preparedness Week. So I am Caitlin Miller, the Manager of Protective Services and the Director of Emergency Management for the town of Canmore. I am joined by my friends in Alberta Forestry, Kevin Topolnicki and Erica Samis. And together, we would like to share some of the ways that we're prepared in the event of a wildfire in the region. We're also joined by other members of administration, like Fire Chief Walter Gaylor and Communications Advisor Nikki Packus, and other members of administration for questions.
So let me get this straight. It's Emergency Preparedness Week and it's Municipal Clerk Week?
I know, it's a good week, right?
Best week ever.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Well, we celebrate by testing our emergency alert system. So tomorrow at 11:55, that's when our big celebration is.
Okay.
Cheryl, I don't know if you have something similar planned, but this council meeting is
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyways, I'm sorry. Please proceed.
So wildfire is the top-rated risk in Canmore's hazard identification and risk assessment continues to be, and it continues to be a priority for the Canmore Emergency Management Agency. When Canmore started as a small mining town, the valley was relatively open with a young forest. As Canmore grew, so did the forest, and the community is now integrated and surrounded by evergreen trees such as spruce and lodgepole pine, species that are not resilient to wildfire. Climate change has made our weather increasingly hot, dry, and windy, which along with the landscape features that make our community beautiful, like steep slopes and canyons, wildfire is likely to ignite and quickly spread. Canmore has not had a wildfire in a long time, which has allowed us to focus on the preservation of trees, and over time we have accepted the risk of being developed into the forest. Now we are in a period of not if the forest will burn, but when. Canada's wildland-urban interface is extreme, and the risk of a wildfire disaster is high. With the busy wildfire season that occurred in the province and across the country in the last few years, and the increasingly frequent occurrences of wildfire smoke impacting the community, it is no surprise that residents' concern about wildfire have been increasing as well. When I have my mom hat on and I'm watching my kids at their activities, or I'm out with friends, shopping, or at appointments, I hear wildfire come up in casual conversations around town. As an emergency manager, I'm encouraged that so many people are aware of the hazard and are thinking about how they would evacuate and what they would do. But as an emergency manager, I also see how much more work we need to do to prepare the community and ensure that they are ready when a wildfire ignites in the valley. We are all in this together, and a prepared community helps emergency responders be able to act quickly, efficiently, and safely. Today, I'll be going over some of the information about wildfire preparedness that has been provided in the briefing, and we'll be asking our mutual aid partners from Alberta Forestry to discuss the actions that they're taking as well. We will have time for questions at the end. So really quick, I want to explain how emergency management works in the town of Canmore, and I know that you're all familiar, but for those in the community that are not, emergency management is governed by the Emergency Management Act and accompanying local authority emergency management regulation. And in Canmore, by the Emergency Management Bylaw and the Regional Emergency Management Bylaw. These governing documents structure how Canmore's emergency management program has been developed and includes multiple layers of oversight, from council oversight at the Emergency Advisory Committee and regional emergency advisory committees, and as well as provincial oversight. Every year, I sit down with my assigned field officer from the Alberta Emergency Management Agency, and we review the emergency management activities taking place in Canmore. This includes a review of plans, ensuring that the Emergency Advisory Committee is informed, and ensuring that training and exercises are occurring. Along with the Emergency Advisory Committees, the town of Canmore has an emergency management agency. The agency is comprised of Town of Canmore employees in key departments, senior administration, and key partner agencies such as Alberta Health Services, the RCMP, neighboring municipalities, Tourism, Canmore, Kananaskis, Alberta Forestry, and the Canadian Rocky Public School Board, and more. We meet quarterly, and the agency is updated on emergency management activities taking place within the municipality and the region. Canmore's emergency management program looks at all aspects of the emergency management continuum, from prevention and mitigation to preparedness to response and recovery. The work being done by the Emergency Management Agency is not just about plans, but includes how we identify, assess, and mitigate hazards, the capital projects we have on the go, the training we do, the grant funding we apply for, the relationships we build both internally and externally, and the countless other activities we do to manage the impacts of disaster. There are several ways that the town of Canmore works to prevent wildfires from igniting and preventing their spread throughout the community. Last June, Council passed a fireworks ban bylaw to prohibit the use of fireworks except for at public events on July 1st and December 31st. The fire bylaw also allows the fire chief to declare a fire ban when conditions warrant one. I won't speak too much about fire bans now, as Alberta Forestry will be speaking to them, and we do follow their advisories when they put those in place. But these are two ways that the town helps reduce the risk of a wildfire igniting. Now, I know that Council is familiar with FireSmart, but for those in the community who are not aware, FireSmart is a framework that is designed to mitigate the risk of and educate residents and stakeholders regarding the potential for large, uncontrollable wildfires near communities and critical infrastructure. Canmore has a significant amount of development that interfaces with land forest, and there are many pathways for fire to affect structures within our community. Fires within these areas can result in fire suppression challenges due to the different burning characteristics of wildland fuels and buildings. The town frequently applies for and receives grants from the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, or FRIAA, to partake in vegetation management or fuel reduction on municipal, provincial, and private lands. This vegetation management helps create buffer zones that reduce the intensity and rate of speed of wildfire approaching development. It is important to note that while these buffer zones reduce the threat of a wildfire, they do not ensure structure survival. Instead, fire guards and fire breaks can be more effective in stopping a fire pathway. The town will continue to pursue grants to fund projects to increase our resilience and reduce the threat of wildfire. The Canmore Fire Rescue Department provides free FireSmart home assessments, which can help homeowners determine what could be done to help mitigate the spread of wildfire to the residents. These assessments focus on the home ignition zone and can be booked online at canmore.ca/firesmart. The building development and landscape design and maintenance business communities also have important roles in mitigating the impacts of a wildfire in Canmore. Administration encourages businesses to build resilient structures in neighborhoods by using sustainable and wildfire-resilient materials in both structures and landscape design. I'm excited to be a part of BODO's panel later this week on risk preparedness, and I'm happy for the opportunity to engage with these business sectors to continue to look for ways to make the community stronger. In emergency management, plans help clarify roles, responsibilities, and actions that can be taken ahead of a response. Canmore's Municipal Emergency Management Plan guides actions needed to minimize impacts of hazards and establishes clear lines of authority for municipal staff and external agencies involved in a response. The plan establishes how and when an Emergency Coordination Center, or ECC, may be activated and how it supports the response to an incident. The town of Canmore uses an all-hazards approach to planning, and the Municipal Emergency Management Plan is flexible and can adapt to any hazard response. That said, we do have hazard-specific response plans for our top-rated hazards. Our wildfire plans focus on suppression and containment and break down the community into zones with their own risk assessments based on key infrastructure, wildfire behavior potential for that zone, and the details of the structural makeup of the area. Sprinkler line locations are predetermined, access routes are highlighted, and other fire operation information is highlighted for each zone. Collaboration and preparedness is important. We work with Alberta Forestry and neighboring municipalities to ensure all of our plans are aligned. And now that we have the plan, our plans don't just sit on a shelf. We participate in training and exercises to ensure we are continually improving and preparing for a potential response. In 2021 and 2022, we hosted functional exercises to test our wildfire and evacuation plans. These were excellent training opportunities to work with our partners, including Alberta Forestry, in practical situations. In 2022, we also included door-to-door evacuation simulations in the Larch and Fairholme neighborhoods. This allowed us to test our assumptions on evacuation triggers and times. Just this year, members of the town of Canmore's protective services and fire rescue departments have participated in training exercises in 3 different municipalities. I observed a wildfire exercise in Cochrane at the beginning of March, and in April, Canmore Fire Rescue participated in wildland urban interface training with Kananaskis Emergency Services and practiced sprinkler deployment with the town of Banff. These opportunities are not only great practical training exercises, but also allow us to continue to build those important relationships with key agencies and neighboring communities. This year, we've changed the way that internally we discuss and assess hazards. Key members of administration meet on a weekly basis to discuss wildfire threat, flood risk, and drought and water restriction status. This helps us create a comprehensive picture of the overall risk profile in Canmore and regularly connects key players of emergency management agency to share information, updates, and a shared understanding of how the hazards are impacting or interacting with each other. Hazard monitoring information is now shared in one easy-to-view spot on the Town of Canmore website at canmore.ca/hazards. Any actions required by the community will be shared more broadly than just on the website. Back in 2021, there was a wildfire in Dead Man's Flats, and it has been framed by some in the community as evidence that the town does not have plans or that we will not be able to evacuate. While the wildfire hazard itself did not directly impact the community, there were impacts felt across Canmore by way of traffic congestion and a lack of traffic management. Now, I want to be clear, the fire near Dead Man's Flats is not indicative of what an evacuation would be like in Canmore, but we have learned a lot from that event. People were trying to drive in the same direction as the hazard, not away from it, and without a traffic management plan in place, that led to a lot of congestion in town, and some neighborhoods with limited access were more impacted than others. Specific hazard and evacuation plans are not shared publicly because they outline what actions could be taken in a response, but what actions are actually taken are very dependent on the variables present during the response. For example, with the wildfire response plan, there are several variables that affect response, including location of the fire, weather conditions, day of week, time of day, and these same variables impact the evacuation plan as well. I know it would be ideal to share the details of these plans ahead of time, but the challenge is that we just simply do not know ahead of time where the wildfire will ignite, what time of day or week it will ignite, and what the weather's like, and all those other details that are very important for us to consider, especially if issuing evacuation orders and establishing routes. The specifics could change, routes could change, and assumptions that we have ahead of time may need to be adjusted during the response. We want to make sure we're communicating accurate information to keep people safe. The last thing we would want to do is give people incorrect information that puts residents, visitors, and emergency responders in harm's way. But I do want to acknowledge that there are some challenges that we will face when evacuating. We have limited access in and out of the community, and some of the neighborhoods in town are developed on steep slopes and have limited access in and out of those neighborhoods. We also have a lot of people in the community who do not have a personal vehicle. These pre-existing conditions make early evacuation warnings critical to public safety within our community. We commit to sharing emergency information as soon as we are able, and one way for the community to get that early information is by making sure they have access to emergency alert notification systems. The town of Canmore uses both the Alberta Emergency Alert System and Voyant Alert. Alberta Emergency Alerts, again, this Wednesday, that's tomorrow, 11:55, don't be surprised, your phone will go off if we're testing the alert. And they're able to push intrusive alerts which automatically interrupt public broadcasting on televisions, radios, and mobile phones. It does not require a sign-up. Voyant Alert is an additional system that the town uses to send timely alerts during critical events, which can be received by residents, visitors, and businesses through a mobile app, text message, voice calls, or emails. The system also allows us to tailor specific information based on the incident site, area, or evacuation zones, and ensures the community is receiving the most relevant information to them in an emergency. Sign-up is required to receive Voyant Alerts, and we are doing a test of the Voyant Alert system on May 15th. Early notifications and communication is even more effective when the community is prepared for disaster. For me personally, I've pre-planned with friends and family who would pick up the kids from school if an emergency happened during the daytime. My friend added my family as her emergency contact at school so we could pick up her kids if they're unable to cross the highway. I've scanned all of my important documents so there's no wasting time looking for birth certificates or insurance documents. And my kids have extra clothes in their backpack, so we keep ready-to-go snack bags available, especially as I have a daughter with a dietary restriction. Our vehicles never go below half tank of gas because I know that we would have to backtrack in town to get to a gas station, and there may be congestion, and we'd be driving through heat and potentially a longer drive to get to safety. These are some of the actions that I personally take ahead of time to make sure my family's prepared to reduce some of our stress in an emergency. And we talk about it as a family so that my kids know what to expect if a disaster happens in Canmore. And also because I probably won't be leaving with them at the same time. So we really want to make sure that they're all prepped ahead of time and it's less stressful because we know what the plan is. Later in May, we'll be launching the Canmore Community Preparedness Guide that we're preparing with some of the feedback we collected in the Community Preparedness Survey. This guide will outline emergency preparedness actions like the ones that I have listed that I do above that can be taken by the community to lessen their vulnerability to disasters. Once finished, the guide will be available on the Town of Canmore website and will be shared through social media and other digital platforms. The guide will include important information such as how to create personal or family emergency plans, how to prepare the household, including pets, for either an evacuation or shelter in place. We're excited to share the guide with the community and hope that it will give residents some actions they can take to feel more prepared for a wildfire. When there is a wildfire in Canmore, Fire Rescue will provide the initial attack response, and we will immediately notify Alberta Forestry and enact our mutual response plans. Alberta Forestry will focus on the suppression of the wildfire, and Canmore Fire Rescue will focus on impacts to life safety, critical infrastructure, and structures within the town. There would likely be a call to our mutual aid partners in the region, and the Municipal Emergency Management Plan would be activated. We would assess if there would be a need for an evacuation and potentially declare a state of local emergency. If the evacuation plan is activated, we would work with support from the RCMP and other rescue agencies like Kananaskis Mountain Rescue as required. Traffic management and control plans would be developed and activated to respond to the current conditions. We would also activate our emergency social services plan to support the community throughout the event. And we would work with our field officer from the Alberta Emergency Management Agency for additional support or resources as required. What makes the jobs of emergency responders easier during a wildfire is when the community is informed and follows directions issued in emergency alerts. Alerts provide real-time information about imminent threats and are used to guide the community on life-saving actions, including safe evacuation routes and shelter locations. Following the information provided in an emergency alert can save lives, decrease the impact of the hazard, and allow emergency responders to focus their efforts where they are needed most. Canmore is no stranger to experiencing recovery after a disaster. The 10th anniversary of the 2013 floods was just last year, and we continue to build mitigation projects to help our community stay resilient. Recovery starts before a disaster hits, and the town has developed a disaster recovery framework so that we can work to quickly reestablish social, cultural, physical, economic, environmental, personal, and community well-being. At the heart of our recovery framework is transparent communications and genuine community engagement to ensure the town is in tune with the community's needs, values, and aspirations after a disaster. We want to make sure that our community is informed and engaged so that together we can build back a more resilient Canmore. Now that I've gone through some of the actions that the town of Canmore takes to prepare for a wildfire, I'll turn it over to Eric and Kevin from Alberta Forestry to talk about what actions the province is taking in the Calgary Forest area.
Great, thank you very much. And welcome to council.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for the invite to come and talk to you today. My name is Erica Samus, as already indicated. I'm the Forest Area Manager for the Calgary Forest Area, and I'll let Kevin introduce himself.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us today. Kevin Topolnicki. We've got a long name. Alberta Forestry and Parks, Forestry Division, Calgary Forest Area. I'm the Wildfire Prevention Officer for the forest area.
Great.
So today, we're just going to give you some information about what kind of resources we have and how we deploy those resources in and around the area, just so that you're aware of where we sit in terms of wildfire preparedness for this summer. And then also, we will be talking a little bit about, again, how we interact with the town of Canmore and our other partners in and around the Bow Valley. So we'll just kick off. So the Calgary Forest Area is one of 10 forest areas in the province. We have about 1.3 million hectares, and we are one of the smaller forest areas in the province. However, we have a unique situation, which you are all too familiar with here, is that we have a very substantial population in and around the Calgary Forest Area. We've got, I don't know what they say now, but 1.8 million people, I think, within a couple hours of our forest area borders. Our fire center is located in Calgary, and we have the Alberta Wildfire Coordination Center, which is our headquarters in Edmonton. So they look at provincial scope, whereas we look at forest area scope. Alberta Forestry and Parks is the wildfire authority for wildfire mitigation, prevention, and suppression in the forest protection area. We operate under the Forest Prairie and Protection Act. And you can see there on the map that the area that is uncolored, so the white area is the forest protection area of Alberta. So that's where our authority lies for the wildfire management. The FPA also sets out fire season as officially from March 1st till October 31st. However, this year, because of the conditions, our minister, who has the authority again under the FPPA, is able to officially start it early. So I think we started it about 8 days earlier or something. We also have the ability to have enforcement of fire advisories, restrictions, bans, OHV restrictions, and forest closures within the Forest Protection of Alberta. That is one of the authorities granted to our forest officers under the FPPA. And we also are able to enter into mutual aid agreements, which we will talk about a little bit later, and then also to provide the opportunity for cost recovery under our for wildfire expenditures under mutual aid agreements and enforcement actions. It is important to note that under the FPPA and under the forest protection area, that cities, towns, villages, and summer villages are actually excluded from the forest protection area. So when they are excluded from the forest protection area, that means that the municipality, the governing agency, is actually the authority for wildfire management on their land base. So specifically for the town of Canmore, it is outside the FPA, even though it kind of surrounds. So in terms of resources for what we have for wildfire response, we have two primary fire bases in the Calgary Forest Area. The nearest one to here is at the Elbow Fire Base. And we have another one down in the Gap, so just north of Blairmore. And those are our primary fire bases where we stage our fire attack crews and our hell attack crews and our unit crews, which I will describe a little bit here as well. We have a secondary base where we typically house some staff, and that is up in the Gulf, so that's north of Canmore, or sorry, north of Calgary, kind of north of Cochrane there. We have two air tanker bases as well, so we have the 10 tanker groups in the province. So the nearest one again here would be Springbank. So during different times in the summer when our hazard is high, we will have tanker groups based there that can deliver retardant and a bunch of water to us. We have our second one in Pincher Creek as well that would service more of the southern part of the province. In terms of detection for wildfire, we are a little unique down here is because of the number of people that we have in the Bow Valley and throughout actually Kananaskis and all the way down south to Blairmore, is a lot of our detections are actually through 310 fire. So we have a lot of public calls into either 911, into our fire center, or into the 310 fire. So that is something that we have a lot of eyes on the landscape looking for smokes, and we will most often get multiple calls if a smoke does come in. We do have fixed detection as well in the province. So down here we have 7 staffed lookouts in the Calgary Forest area. The closest one, and that's the picture that I have up here, is actually we have a lookout tower that is on Barrier Mountain. So that tower actually opened up. It was our first tower to open up, and it opened up this week. So we do have active fixed detection happening from there. So our tower person, Shane, is already up there, and he will be up there throughout all the summer until the fall. Interestingly enough, you can actually hike to this one, and I went and saw Shane in about, I don't know, it was middle of July or so, and he had already had about 3,400 visitors up to his tower site. So anyways, not all towers are remote, and some folks want the remote towers where you don't see anybody, but it's good having a very personable person at a tower like Barrier. We also have detection routes that we follow through fixed wing and also helicopter. We also have ground-based detection routes. So I just took a couple of pictures here, or maps, and stuck them in here, just so you can see that our patrol routes do cover the Bow Valley, and we come in obviously in and around Canmore, both with helicopter patrol routes that we fly, and again, we also have fixed wings throughout the province. So we have a fixed wing detection machine that travels around. Those are based on risk and hazard of where we are in the province. But we regularly in the summer have our heli-tac crews. There will be some in the machine, and they will be flying the patrol routes, and then if something happens, they will follow up with further crews on the ground. This is a terrible picture. I took it during a screenshot of when it was actually snowing there a few days ago. We have cameras throughout the valley, and there is one on Grotto. It was completely white when I took the photo, so normally you can actually see lovely pictures when the sun is out. So we can monitor from actually our office. This is a screenshot of the cameras that we see. I can look at it on my screen, and we have this in our radio room in the Calgary Forest area, so we can actually take a look at these cameras. We also have in some of our towers, we also have other cameras looking down valleys where we have some limited range of sight, so that we're able to have eyes kind of throughout the entire forest area for the season. In terms of crews, what we have initial attack and sustained action crews. So our initial attack, we have 32 initial attack firefighters. We are organized this year with 2 8-person hack crews and 4 4-person hack crews. So again, they'll be stationed at either the elbow or at the gap. This year for firefighting for sustained action, we were actually provided an additional crew, and it was a unit crew. They're called a 20-person unit crew, and they are specifically for sustained action. So if our initial attack crews go out there, it escapes initial attack, and it looks like we're going to be on that fire for multiple days, our unit crew moves in and they start working that fire, and our initial responders go back to the initial attack stations. We also have 3 8-person fire tac crews. Those are contract crews. Those are our First Nations crews that we have on. Those are contracted for 123 days, which was actually an increase from 92 days from last year. We only used to have 1 fire attack crew, but a couple of years ago we were awarded 2 other contracts. So over the past couple of years we've added the 2 8-person fire attack crews, and then this year we've added a 20-person sustained action crew. So Calgary has received substantially more wildfire fighting firefighters over the past couple of years, which is great. Our initial attack crews, we have 4 engine crews, so they are outfitted with a complete Type 6 engine, so they are actually able to travel with water as well. Mutual aid and control plans. This is Kevin's areas of expertise, so I'm actually going to trade spots with you. Thank you.
So with this slide, I just want everybody to know you're not alone. So within the Calgary Forest area, we have 50 different mutual aid agreements with all our partners. That extends out to Medicine Hat, down to the US border, up to Banff. And we renew those all the time. They're on a 3-year cycle. And the town of Canmore's got renewed a couple of years ago, so we're up to date. we're able to draw on those mutual aid resources along with Alberta Emergency Management Agency when an incident does occur. Caitlin mentioned we do training. We've come to your live exercises, your tabletops. We want to be involved. It's relationship building ahead of an incident that's critical, especially with emergency management. Being able to know everybody before something happens and walking into a room and saying, oh, good, it's you. Okay, I know you, you know me. Let's get into unified command. Let's start all that structure through the incident command system. We also have provincial agreements with Banff National Parks, British Columbia, and the US as well down here. So we're constantly talking to people. We're constantly updating people, seeing where the fire danger is. When we get into the fire advisories, we're always talking to the fire chiefs and the DEMs to make sure everybody's aware of where the current fire danger is, what the current situation is, and where it's headed. So we have 2 briefings every day for weather provincially, and we're given a long-term forecast. We're able to modify what we're going to need as we move forward. This is just what is surrounding Canmore and what we have for our mutual aid partners through our agreements. So the MD of Bighorn, Kananaskis Improvement District, the MD of Rocky View, the City of Calgary, the MD of Foothills, the Town of Banff, the Town of Canmore, and as I mentioned, Banff National Park and British Columbia. So we are able to, through our duty room, talk to Edmonton, where our main control center is, and get resources moving if required during an incident. And as I mentioned, there's the fire control agreements and the fire control plans. They're sort of intermixed with each other. And like I said, we renew those every 3 years. There's some that are outdated just because of COVID and everybody, what we went through, we're in the process of renewing those. But as I said, I just wanted to make sure everybody understood you're not alone. We have these resources and we will use them, and they will use you as well if something happened within their authorities. And as Caitlin mentioned, we were a part of the Georgetown exercise, and that was a while ago. I forget what was the one called, just the recent one? Was it Georgetown? It was okay. Yeah. So we made sure that we always are a part of those exercises. We bring the provincial perspective to that. We make sure that we're in unified command, that we understand the structure through the incident command system. We're able to draw on all our staff in the province. So it's just not all of us in the Calgary forest area. The 10 forest areas, if there's priorities set, people from the north will be coming down. They will be part of the incident management teams. We have 3 provincial teams set up already to go. The type 1 incident teams are on call. They're on call now until the end of September, I think it is. And they are deployed to any situation to go into unified command as needed throughout the province. The one thing that I should talk about, Erica just pointed this out as well, our department isn't responsible for evacuations. As you can imagine, we're there to put the fire out. But if it comes down to human life, we will be involved in that. Through the unified command structure as well, we have a structural protection group and an evacuations group assigned to that unified command that would work in a certain box that's supplied through the interaction with the Emergency Coordination Center here in the town of Canmore.
So in the case that a potential evacuation order would be coming down, we would be working with, like, through the ECC, through Unified Command, providing wildfire information in terms of, like, rate of spread, where we think it's going to go, just information for the folks who need it to be able to make that call. So we would be there at the table. We just do not have the authority to actually issue an evacuation order, just to provide advice to those who do.
We would recommend at certain points, because we do have the fire models and that sort of thing, so we would recommend for the town of Canmore to do something so you can declare a state of local emergency, so you have those extra authorities to move forward with an evacuation. Did you want to talk on this one, Erica?
Sure. So there's differences obviously between municipal and structure firefighters and wildland firefighters, and we have been working with a lot of partners to try and kind of bring some wildland firefighting information to especially our partners who have urban interface considerations within their lands. So through our Hinton Training Center, HTC, they have developed a whole bunch of courses and material that municipal fire departments can actually access. There are some training modules that can be done online. There is a package of information that can be provided to the structural firefighters or the municipal fire departments. Also too, one of the things that we do like to see and we like to recommend is that we actually do like some joint training exercises, and I don't just mean like the tabletops, I mean actually doing like engine practice, hose practice. We did do sprinkler work during the Georgetown Live exercise. We actually had our crews on your sprinklers, understanding how that worked. And same thing, so we have been doing with our hack crews and probably with our unit crew as well, having firefighters get together for the municipalities and our side, and they work through like how to run a Mark III pump, how to set up the equipment that we use, what happens when you have some engine trouble, all that kind of stuff, so that when we are, or if we are called to work together, then we're not stopped in terms of, oh goodness, we don't know how to use your equipment. We need to have somebody standing there. So that's another great way that we can integrate learning between our two wildfire agencies.
So provincially, we have a fire ban system. It starts out with just a normal, everyday, live your life, nothing's going to happen, to an advisory, which is more notifying people that the fire danger is increasing. We do have an option at that point in the forest protection area not to issue fire permits, but it's dependent on what we're seeing for forecast and how soon we're going to get there. The fire restriction allows us to take random camping fires off of the landscape is basically what a fire restriction is. So when we get to a point where we feel that the May long weekend is upcoming, if we were in extreme danger and it was continuing to grow, we would say there's a fire restriction, all random campfires are now taken out of the equation. Down in the forest area, provincially, human-caused fires are 67% in the province. In the Calgary forest area, it's 95 and above, just because of the number of people on the landscape. So we've been working for many years to reduce that, and having a fire restriction allows us to do that as well. When we get to a point a fire ban comes in, then private land, the random camping fires, everything is taken out of the equation. And there's no way to issue permits. It's just nobody burn until we get substantial rains to be able to lower that. We have had a few forest closures. Those are not as easy as they sound, because you can't believe how many people need to go into the forest. They have things they have to do, so we end up having to set up stations to get permits. We have to deal with all that. So that's another option that we have on the table as well. I think the last one in this area was Kananaskis back in 2005, I think it was. But we do have those as an option as we move forward.
One thing I'm just going to note about the fire ban system too is last year we were in fire advisory, fire restriction quite significantly, and we were also in advisory early on. One of the tools that we do have, again, to reduce the human-caused wildfires are the restrictions. And sometimes even if we are a bit wet down here and we don't have a high fire hazard, we may have one on here just to try and decrease the risk, because when it is hot and dry in the north, our resources go north to assist with the provincial efforts. And same thing as Kevin said, like if we need resources down here, then we will request resources to come down from the northern parts in the province. Just thankfully our fire hazards seem to be offset, is we are typically cooler and we have more moisture coming up until July, and then from July, August, September, we have a later fire season, later hazard that we have. The north typically is in hazard right now, and then in the fall time, their hazard reduces, so we're able to move our resources up and down. But it is, sometimes when you see the province, we have an advisory or a restriction down here, and you're like, why? It's been raining for a couple of days. Well, it's because we need to reduce the potential for starts down here so that we can empty our cupboards and support provincial actions.
One thing we also have in the forest area, a lot of us are peace officers as well, so we can issue written warnings, written violations. We do work closely with the conservation officers, the fish and wildlife officers, the local peace officers within the forest protection area. So we have that ability to give monetary fines if deemed necessary. We also have a patrol staff program. So we have 3 individuals that are coming on Monday, actually, and they're always out on the landscape doing education. They don't do enforcement, but our main goal in our department is reducing human-caused fires through education. So they're going to be out there in uniform, talking about the fire danger, making sure the fire is attended, making sure that you don't leave it burning when you leave, doing all of that. So it's a very good program. We're hoping to expand that as well, just to get more people on the ground talking to everybody that's out there. On a long weekend, we can talk to 5,000 individuals. So you can imagine there's probably 4 or 5 people in with them. So there's anywhere from 20 to 40,000 people on a long weekend in the forest protection area. Do you want to talk about
Sure,
that?
yeah. You're likely aware and have heard of the Bow Valley Wildfire and Vegetation Management Strategy that the province is leading. We are working with our partners in and around Canmore and the entire Bow Valley in developing an overarching strategy just to identify wildfire risk and some of the other values that we are looking to enhance or restore through vegetation management. We are anticipating having the initial strategy completed by the end of May. It's a little bit later than we had anticipated, but that's okay. We are working hard on that, and I think you're involved in that one earlier. Kayla was, okay, yeah, sorry. There were so many people at those meetings sometimes. So anyways, once we have this ready for review, we will definitely be putting it out to our partners to take a look at it. So this is not an operational plan per se as of yet. It is just a strategy. So it outlines, it breaks the Bow Valley down into vegetation management units. And within there we have a variety of different values identified, whether it's a wildfire break, whether it's a wildlife corridor, whether we need to take a look at some ecosystems resilience there and reducing some human-wildlife conflicts. So there's a variety of values that we took a look at, and each of the vegetation management units will be described in terms of what values are within that and what potential management tools could be employed in there. So then the next phase would be actually choosing the priority units and working towards prescriptions for that. So by the end of May, we should have a draft strategy for our partners to review. And you can see just the outline of that project there. Oh, that was it. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, so, well, now we'll open it up for questions.
Just one question?
Just one. So choose wisely. We should confer.
We better huddle up here and make it a good one. Thank you very much to all of you for this presentation. It's incredibly valuable information for us to have and for our community to know what's going on. The things that are happening that we don't see necessarily, right? Other than you'll have maybe meet some education folks out and about, but you don't necessarily know about the lookout or the helicopters flying over, and you don't know about all those plans that are in place. And so it's really good information for us to have. I did have a couple of questions. I was very happy to hear right at the end when you talked about the Bow Valley Wildfire and Vegetation Management Plan, because my understanding is that that will lay the foundation for some of the fuel modification work that needs to be done on provincial lands outside of the municipality. And so I've, on behalf of council, I've sent some letters to Minister Lowen, and I'm very happy to see that that work has progressed and is moving towards a draft at the end of the month. So thank you for that. My question is once that plan's in place, do you have a sense, and I know you're mostly on the response side, but do you have a sense of when there might be actions taken around fuel modification?
So we actually have a request for a proposal to do maintenance on work that was done in 2010.
Okay.
So this plan isn't just we're waiting to get things done.
Okay.
This is progressing. So we have the CNC West area. We've got a couple other areas that we're actually putting plans together right now.
Okay.
That go with the plan but aren't because of the plan. So we're
Okay.
continuing to always work on fire smart vegetation management, education, all the 7 disciplines as we move forward.
Great, thank you, thank you. Ms. Miller, with regards to the community preparedness guide, when, I know that the draft form has been attached to the report, so I know it's quite a ways along. When do you think that that will be ready for public distribution?
Yeah, we're hoping by the end of May. So we had the community preparedness survey open until April 30th, and we're just using some of the information that we heard in that survey about what people want to learn more about to build out a little further some of the sections. And then we'll be sending it to our graphic designer, so it's an easy to digest document. Right. And then we'll be posting it online, and we'll be sure to make it available to everyone. And we're also working with our different departments on advice on when we might need a hard copy of it and when it's just acceptable in an online digital format.
So it sounds like we're within weeks?
Yes, I'm getting the nod from our communications advisor, yes.
So stay tuned. Councillor Faubert.
Your worship, you literally asked my question direct, like word for word, so thank you.
Sorry.
See, I appreciate that you're just going with the one question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did have a different question, however. On page 131 of our agenda, it says, know your zone. In my report, it says insert map of evac zones without that graphic. Is that a graphic we are working on, can get it, et cetera?
Yeah, so in our community preparedness guide, we'll have an overview of the evacuation zones, and if I may, very high level.
Yeah, so that's the draft of the plan that is being finalized.
Right.
So the graphic on the top right of this slide
Gotcha.
demonstrates what that graphic in the community preparedness guide will look like. And it's information that we have in the property viewer as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Hey, I have a question about, this is probably the single biggest question that I get, and it's all around evacuation. And I know that we have detailed plans, and I know that there are real risks to pre-stating an emergency evacuation route as things change depending upon an emergency. However, how do we respond to assure neighborhoods that have limited or narrow access that they will be evacuated safely?
Yeah, so we will do early notifications whenever possible, and that is the number one thing that we can do for some of those neighborhoods that might have limited access. Otherwise, we have other tools at our disposal. If it comes down to it, using emergency routes, emergency access routes around neighborhoods that might not be as well maintained, it might not be a normal road, or using heli-evac as well. So using a helicopter to actually do those high-risk evacuations is something that is in the repertoire of things that we might need to do. Life safety is of utmost importance. We're not leaving anybody behind. We will do everything that we can to get them out. What I can't stress enough is having the right information and being aware of the hazards and being aware of the right routes, because as you heard, the fire behavior, we're getting the information from the experts as to which way to go. We're working with all of the different agencies and we're using the best information that we have in that moment to provide that evacuation route. But if you don't have access to the evacuation route, you might be going a way that's unsafe. It might be your normal everyday route, but that's no longer an option in an evacuation, potentially. There's just so many unknowns, and that's why it's hard to say exactly, you will go this way. We might not even be evacuating east, maybe we're evacuating west, right? So even where that, how we direct traffic may change. We also have the ability to do what we call a contraflow, where we change the flow or the usual direction of a roadway so that we can change one lane into 2 lanes. So normally you'd have the back and forth traffic, and we can change it so that it's 2 lanes going in one direction. So there's a lot of tools at our disposal, like on the very extreme end, helicopter evacuation, on the not as extreme end, early notification, and being aware of the right evacuation routes so you're not driving towards the danger.
Right. So some examples that we can think of during the emergency during the floods. I know that the Eagle Terrace neighborhood had their primary road partially taken out and definitely threatened by the washing away of the banks. And a lot of people didn't know that there was an emergency access route over top to Silvertip that actually became the route for quite some time until all the repairs were made. That's the sort of thing you're talking about, using the alternate routes, and people may or may not be fully aware of them.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So
Right.
having that information and getting the information that you need from us is very important, because it might be something that you're not familiar with.
Right. And another one that I heard of also during that time, there was some concern about overland flooding from the Bow when the dam at Minnewanka was going to be opened up. And in preparation of that, evacuation routes were marked out, which included along Railway Avenue. But then a bomb scare came in for the provincial building, which you don't want to put having an evacuation route where there's a bomb scare. And so you have to reroute then. And so those are the sorts of things that can happen in an emergency that change the route. It's important for us to just know where to get the information and act upon it as soon as we get it.
Yeah, and be prepared to evacuate so that you can leave quickly. So as soon as you get that information, you're able to go. So that, having your gas tank half full, having your battery charged on your car, having all of your important documents with you, anything that you can do to make sure that you can leave quickly as soon as you get that information will help you in an evacuation.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Miller. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Kevin. Quick question for Ms. Miller. Definitely, emergency situations are dynamic, and the best made plans need to change on a dime. How many subscribers do we have on our Voyant alert system currently?
I checked yesterday morning, and we were at 3,050.
Okay, and
Yeah.
so if you're not one of those 3,050, don't be the last to know. Definitely get the alert. Question for Kevin and Eric. In the Canmore Forest area, say last year, how many incidents did you guys have to deal with? I'm just trying to understand the magnitude and comparing that to this potential year.
I'm just trying to remember from the prevention plan. I think we had 132 fires last year. And of course, like I mentioned, 95% of human cause within the Calgary Forest area. So we actually go from just south of the Sundre at the Red Deer River right down the U.S. border. Most of ours are unfortunately through random camping. And that's why we do that patrolling. We do that as extra education, and we do have that ability to write violation tickets. And once we do, word gets out. It's amazing how word travels that guy just got a $600 ticket because he had his fire unattended. So over the last 12 years, we used to have in 2000 and I'll say 10 years ago, 2014, about 350 fires.
Oh, wow.
And we've been able to drop that through the educational down to where we are now, so over half. We've got some ways to go. We'll never say we're there, but we're going to try different ways to get that education message out, and we'll use the fire ban system as well to be able to limit those fires as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Looking to council to see if there's any other questions. I think just to close then, before I give thanks for your coming, I want to remind people that I'll be hosting a virtual town hall on the evening of May 14th. And we're going to have a star guest presenter, Ms. Miller, and we're going to be focused on emergency preparedness. There'll be a short presentation in that regard, and then open it up to people's questions. And they can ask about anything town-related, but with Ms. Miller present and this being the focus, hopefully we'll get through a lot of people's emergency preparedness and response questions. So, looking forward to that. And I want to thank all of you for being here again. It's really important, the work that you do. You protect people, communities, property, and thank you for that. And I'm very glad to hear that there's additional funding that's been provided this year to provide additional units. And let's just hope it keeps going that way. And let's hope that you're not needed. But boy, is it good to know that you're there when you are needed. So thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, Ms. Miller, I know that you work endlessly to continually update and progress our emergency planning. And I know, and I've told you this, I feel a lot safer because of the work that you do. And so thank you. I'm going to call a break right now, and we're going to pick up, it's just a 9-minute break till 2:30. Okay? 2:30 we'll start again. All right, we are back. We're back, and we're getting back to business. Our next item is item H6, which is the FRIAA Community Fireguard Program application. Ms. Miller.
Hi again, still Ms. Miller, the Manager of Protective Services and Director of Emergency Management, and here to talk about the FRIAA Community Fireguard Program. So in late 2023, the province announced a new Community Fireguard Program. This program is intended to help communities increase their resilience by clearing the area near or surrounding the community that breaks the path of a wildfire to cut it off from fuel sources that could potentially drive it towards property, infrastructure, or other values at risk. Now, I've already spoken about this today, but Canmore is significantly developed into the wildland-urban interface, and there are numerous pathways for fire to enter our community. As the top-rated risk for Canmore, wildfire's the top-rated risk for Canmore as identified through the town's hazard identification and risk assessment and through the recent climate modeling that has been completed as a part of the Climate Emergency Action Plan development. All possible wildfire mitigation efforts and actions are being considered to reduce the impact it poses on the community. At the end of March, the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, or FRIAA, held an information session regarding the new Community Fireguard program. The information session outlined the program would accept applications for grant funding for 3 phases of community fireguard work. First, the planning of where community fireguards would be most beneficial, then the clearing of work to create the fireguards, followed by a 3rd phase that's not relevant to Canmore, but for interest's sake, is the grazing site preparations to have animals help maintain the fireguard. The application deadline was April 12th, and an application has been submitted by the town of Canmore. Now, these type of fireguards are most effective when they prevent wildfire from having a pathway into the community. Canmore's boundaries are surrounded by other jurisdictions and levels of government, meaning collaboration between areas is a key factor in ensuring our community is protected. On March 26, 2024, a meeting was held with representatives from the administrations of the town of Canmore, Alberta Forestry and Parks, Parks Canada, the Banff Field Unit, Kananaskis Improvement District, the Municipal District of Bighorn, and FRIAA. Representatives supported a grant application for the planning phase of this program, and council resolutions or letters of support have been submitted by the other municipalities or agencies along with the application. So what's being proposed? The fireguards proposed for this program will be cleared areas of varying widths and type based on wildfire behavior potential. The planned fireguards could vary from 100 meters in size to 1 kilometer or more. The type of fireguard may include a variety of tactics to clear the areas, including mechanical harvesting, heli harvesting, cluster thinning, and/or prescribed burning. The conceptual areas are provided on the attached map in the agenda package, and I've put a little graphic here on the board. And the majority are on Alberta Forestry and Parks lands within the municipal boundaries of the town of Canmore, Kananaskis Improvement District, and the MD of Bighorn. These areas on the screen and in your agenda packages are conceptual areas only and will be planned and established somewhere within or around these boundaries after careful planning done through the funding provided by the FRIAA grant. Any work to undertake fireguards will be done in considerations of the recommendations brought forward by the Human-Wildlife Coexistence Implementation and Action Plan, ensuring the co-benefit of both wildfire mitigation and habitat creation for wildlife are present. In addition, the evaluation and prioritization of fireguard locations will also consider climate change projections for the area with an effort to mitigate the expected increase in wildfire risk to the region. Now again, support from both agency administrations and councils required from all municipal and provincial agencies in the form of municipal council resolutions or letters of support. So last fall, Alberta's government launched the Community Fireguard program with an initial investment of $5 million. FRIAA has experienced high interest in the program, signaling that other communities, just like Canmore, are eager to proactively prepare for the impacts of wildfire. In response to this demand, Alberta's government has increased investment in the Community Fireguard program to help support Albertans. This year's provincial budget provides an additional $14 million to the program to support Alberta communities, bringing the total funding available to $19 million. This
And actually, I'm happy to announce that they did award our application submission. And our application request was for just under $200,000 in 2024 to 2025 to complete phase 1. And if approved by council today, administration will return with a request to add a new capital project. So our recommendation is that council approve the submission of the application for the 2024 Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta Community Fireguard Program.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Ms. Miller, and I appreciate the opportunity being taken. I was wondering if you could speak to the timing aspect of it, that obviously it was submitted before now, and now you're here. So I understand there were some timing issues.
Yeah, so a webinar was held by FRIAA on March 21st, and then we did get together with those other agencies on March 26th to discuss if we were going to submit an application and who would lead that application. There was some back and forth with the other agencies as to who would submit it. It was FRIAA's recommendation that the town of Canmore submit because we would have a stronger application if we submitted. With that, that was March 26th, and then the discussions that happened afterwards. The next council meeting was April 2nd. We did consider if we would schedule a special council meeting, but just with the timing of the other agendas that were already established and set, it made more sense to wait until the May 7th meeting.
Great, thank you. Dr. Cottle?
Yeah, I just, Ms. Miller just sort of slid it in there, but we did get word this week that our grant has been approved. So I know, it's great news and great work by the team who submitted it. If council is interested, Mr. Mackay is pulling together an additional motion. We could approve the first motion and then table this item until after the Sedona Friendship Agreement and actually approve the capital project today. We just need a little time to pull. I just thought of it while she was presenting. We could, and it saves from an additional writing of a report, and we can also put it on a future agenda. It's just an option. If we want to do that today, we know we've got the grant. We could add it to the capital budget today.
So looking to some advice from the clerk's office, would we be able to treat that as a motion arising, or would I need to have a motion to add something to the agenda?
No, you could treat this as a motion arising.
Okay, great. So tell you what, let's do that. Let's continue with any questions here, and we'll do the first motion, and then I will table the other motion until after the Sedona item. Great. Okay, so are there any other questions then for Ms. Miller? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will move that council approve the submission of the application for the 2024 Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, FRIAA, Community Fireguard Program. And this is exactly the sort of work that we've been advocating for. And I like to think that our voice, among others, encouraged this increased funding and this opportunity so that we can better protect our community. So I'll definitely be supporting this motion. It's also really easy to support when you know it's already been granted. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Okay, calling the question. All those in favor? Okay. I'm going to move that we table a motion arising with respect to this item until following item H7. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, now I'm going to move to item H7. This is a fun one. I provided this report and have been part of a really good conversation with some folks from Sedona, Arizona. And so let me tell you a little bit about how this came to us today. Back in November of 22, there was a contingent traveling group from Sedona, or a contingent of Sedona people from the Sister City Association coming up to Canmore, and they called me out of the blue. I didn't know what they were talking about, and because it was unsolicited, and they mentioned Sister City, and I have to admit I was a little bit reluctant because I didn't know what they were expecting from that conversation. But we sat down and very quickly determined that we speak the same language, in that they are dealing with the very same issues that we're dealing with here. And they're about the same size as us. And they are basically an island tourist destination community, just like we are, surrounded by mountains or protected areas. There's a lot of similar interest between arts and culture and outdoor recreation, the similarities just went on and on. And so I thought, well, okay, let's continue this conversation, but it's very important right from the beginning that this not be ultimately something that is just council-led or mayor-led or town proper led. It has to be community-led. And so we had a conversation with various leaders of groups in Canmore, along with groups in Sedona. And yeah, there was a lot of commonalities. And so the next part was to see how this could be moved forward by the community. And so I was very happy to eventually, because the Sedona is quite a ways along this path, further than we were. They were quite organized, but we didn't have a sister city association or anything of the like. So I was very happy when a few individuals within town here became aware of this opportunity to explore a sister city relationship, and they started to get organized so that this could actually be a community-led initiative. Before introducing them, I do want to ask the clerk, Ms. Clerk, to bring forth a video. Now, this was sent to us from Sedona, and it was played for their council, and so I thought we would just watch it here. So as you saw through the, near the end of that video, there's a path forward, and some of it involves council, and most of it involves the community working one-on-one with each other. Now, of course, we've had a sister city relationship, or have one with Higashikawa, and that's been in place for quite a while. But there's some lessons learned that I wanted to make sure that were addressed before exploring this too much further. First of all, as I mentioned, a sister city relationship must be driven by the community and not by elected officials, which change over time. Sister cities must ensure that they have similar expectations as to what their relationship means. Failure to have similar expectations inevitably results in frustration, disappointment, or stress in the relationship. Sister city relationships should not be dependent upon funding from the municipality. And while some form of endorsement by a municipality may be required from time to time, such as entering into a friendship agreement, or later, if it goes that route, into a sister city relationship or covenant, the heart of the relationship resides between grassroots organizations and residents of the respective communities, and not at the political or administrative levels of municipalities. I had the opportunity to go down to Sedona with Janet and meet some of the people involved. I most importantly wanted to meet with their town council, and in particular their mayor, to test whether they had the same outlook on these things as we did. And Mayor Joblaw was absolutely 100% on board. They thought it would be a great thing for our communities, but there's no municipal funding. This isn't a municipally run program, but happy to endorse it, happy to encourage it, happy to promote it. And so with that, coming back here, my main objective was to basically hand the ball off to a local community group that was interested in exploring this further. And so that's really is what's just happened. And I'd like to call forward Mr. Rob Seeley, because Rob, you'll be able to give us the lowdown with what's happening with your group and who's part of your group, but you're the head of this initiative in Canmore. So
I am,
go ahead,
yes.
welcome.
Mayor Krauser, to members of council, thanks for considering the Sister City Friendship Agreement. I would like to introduce the working group to you. I'll start with Patrick McCloskey, Ann Walton, Linda Damon, Martin Buckley, he's the recording secretary, Janet Krausert, who some of you might be familiar with, Sue Webb, and there's two other members, Eric Kuhn, who's not here today, and Heather Walter was here earlier, but she had to leave. She had a 3 o'clock Zoom. So thanks again. I'm really looking forward to this. Thanks for considering the friendship agreement, and I think it does have excellent merit. Martin and I were down there, and we met with them, and they're very enthusiastic about the opportunity.
Yes, and so thank you for your leadership. Thank you to all of you for your leadership, and I look forward to seeing where this goes. My ask today of council is to direct me to sign or execute the friendship agreement with Sedona, Arizona on behalf of the town of Canmore. And I do want to stress that there's no budget ask, and there's nothing that's going to be handed over to our administration for their work. This is really us working with our community to develop what I believe is a really mutually beneficial and fun relationship with Sedona. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before putting that motion on the table, I will open it up to any questions from council. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser, and thank you Rob Seeley and the rest of the members of Rotary for stepping up and becoming part of this initiative. My question for the mayor is, in the motion, with the use of the word execute, do you mean that there's already an agreement written up and then you're going to sign it, or that you are part of creating the terms of the agreement and then signing it?
It's what's attached. Yeah, and it's that one pager.
Just that one, okay.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, good. That helps.
Yep.
I wasn't sure if there was more to it than that, and so that is the answer to my question.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will move that Council direct Mayor Krauser to execute a friendship agreement with Sedona, Arizona, USA on behalf of the town of Canmore. I'll open it up if anybody wishes to speak to the motion. I just encourage all of you to support this friendship agreement. Councillor Mara.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Krauser, for bringing this forward, and thank you to the working group accepting and going to be moving this forward if it passes today, which I'm sure it will. I just want to say this. I look at the agreement and I see that there's no financial attachment other than sharing of information, which is wonderful. I was part of a group in the last term of council that went down to Truckee, California, and looked at doing some of the same sort of initiative. It never came to fruition, but I still have contact with a couple of the councillors, now non-councillors, but people down there that we can exchange information with. I mean, our communities are very similar, but because of American law, a lot of things are different also. But I look forward to moving forward and making new friendships with these people too through you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you for the group for the heavy lift of creating this whole agreement and trying to move it forward. Totally happy to support. Sedona is an amazing place, super fun. Had a great time there riding bikes, having yeah, it's just a lovely, lovely place, and so I think it's a great fit. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And so I will look to Mr. Seeley to be in touch with me as far as signing the agreement, or if you need me to just sign and scan or whatever you want done, let me know. And I'm there to assist however possible. Yes.
I think they would like to arrange a Zoom signing.
Yeah.
So mayors
Cool.
of both municipalities.
Cool.
So I'll be in touch about that.
Very good. Okay. Great. Thanks very much. Okay. Moving on to the next item, and this is item H8, municipal response to Bill 18 and Bill 20. We're going to go back. That's right. Do we need a short break in order to get things lined up? Okay. We'll move actually then back to finish item H6. And this is the FRIAA Community Fireguard Program motion arising. Okay, so there's a motion on the screen. The council approve a new 2024 capital project for the Forest Resource Improvement Association Project Phase 1, the amount of 192. Was it 197 or 192? Okay. Okay, 192. No, I think it was mentioned as 197 earlier, but 192. Yeah. 192,000 funded through FRIAA Community Fireguard Program grant process. Okay, is there anything that administration would like to add before we consider this motion? No, I think it's all been spoken to. Okay, any questions from council before I put a motion on the table? Dr. Cotto?
Just technically, first you have to give us permission to apply, which is the motion that's in the staff report. And I know that seems silly, but it's a technicality.
I think we already passed that one.
Did you pass it? Okay. All right, sorry. I thought you saved them both. Never mind.
I thought, I usually say carried unanimously. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So this is the motion arising. Thank you for double checking. Better to double check than not. Okay, no questions. Then I will move the council approve a new 2024 capital project 7383 for the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta FRIAA project, Phase 1 planning, in the amount of $192,000 funded through the FRIAA Community Fireguard Program grant process. My only wish is that this goes very quickly and we get to actual implementation as soon as possible. Well, we have to plan before we can do that, so that's what's next, and I will support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And now we will move to item H8, municipal response to Bill 18 and Bill 20. I will speak to this matter, and with the idea that we're moving towards a motion directing me to provide feedback to the province on these two bills. These are two very recent bills that have been tabled in the provincial legislature. Bill 18, as you know, but I'll just state for context here, is the one that for the most part prohibits any direct municipal federal arrangements without having going through a provincial approval of some form. There are some exceptions to that, but it's a change to how things currently are. However, Bill 20 is the one that really changes or potentially changes the municipal landscape. This has been characterized by some as an attack on local democracy, characterized by others by overreach. I would definitely characterize it as, at the very least, extremely concerning. Things that are being put forth through Bill 20 are things like political parties for municipalities. It will first be piloted in Calgary and Edmonton if this bill is in fact approved. Things like being able to basically cancel a bylaw that has been approved by council. It will allow provincial cabinet to remove a councillor or a member of council if the public interest would be served by such, or to order a referendum to determine whether a councillor should be removed. There are some things that could potentially be positives, but they are counterbalanced by things that don't make sense and are just going to increase our costs as well, such as not having electronic tabulation of votes, requiring to create elector lists, and it goes on and on. There's a lot of things that I think it's important for the provincial government to hear from municipalities as to how it's actually going to impact them, how there are concerns that will need to be addressed, and how this can be proven to be challenging information or challenging strides being put forth that would really dilute and interfere with local governments. Now, my understanding is that originally they would be taking the constituency week break. They may actually be extending this now in order to have discussions and do some consultations over the summer, which is very much appreciated. And so this letter, if approved by council, would be received well within time of adding our voice to others in providing feedback on this potentially sweeping legislation that will change the way municipalities operate and govern. So that's the situation. I'm going to put a motion on the floor that Council direct Mayor Krauser to provide feedback to the province on Bill 18 and Bill 20, and open it up to my colleagues as to any comments that you have or anything you'd like to say in this regard. Councillor Frobert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thank you for bringing this forward. I know that when it comes to these two pieces of legislation, it's really important to consider how these changes that are proposed by the province really do get into the world of the work that we do as the municipal level of government. And I have very much concerns around some of the ideas being proposed and how they would essentially undermine the democratic representation in our community. And so I'm gonna vote in favor of and support you in providing this feedback. And I think it's really important that we don't just rely upon our organizations like Alberta Municipalities or FCM, but that we as a municipality in the province of Alberta directly provide our feedback to the provincial government about what they're doing and how it affects us. And so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Worship, what did you say the timing was? I thought that they were going to pass this in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I just heard that they've been getting a lot of feedback during constituency week.
Oh, okay.
From the municipalities within their regions.
That's good.
And I don't think it's finalized, but my understanding is that they're actually going to leave it a little longer and continue to get some engagement before moving forward with it.
Yeah, I have some real concerns with Bill 20. Thank you for that. I think some of the bigger concerns I have is the insertion of big corporate and union dollars in a municipal election process. I really have issues with the partisan side of it. I think that, you know, someone like me who's dabbled in all levels of government, in another province, mind you, has really found a home in municipal politics because it isn't partisan. And I think that's why a lot of people actually, even though it's a tougher slog, and it's actually, you know, my partner pointed out to me, it's actually harder than being in a party, because you have to come up with your own, you know, at election time, you have to come up with your own mandate, your own materials, your own signage, your own everything. Whereas, you know, and you're not whipped. So you basically are in charge of revealing all of your ideas to the community on a personal level. Whereas in a partisan level, somebody else is doing that for you, and you are in some ways manufactured. Your campaign is definitely manufactured. And I think that the idea of being able to remove councillors, and it says councillors, it doesn't refer to mayors, though. I noticed that was left out. I don't know if that's just a typo.
I expect that they probably mean council members.
Yeah, okay. That has somebody that's been, you know, at a grassroots level, supported by their community, knocked on doors, went to events, you know, and not just on a political level, but on a neighbor-to-neighbor level, been involved in their communities, and just be plucked out of that group arbitrarily by whatever moving target. And it certainly will silence individual councillors on situations that rise up. I think of the mayor of High River. I always get Level and River mixed up, sorry. And, you know, his work behind coal in there, and how outspoken he is, and he is not afraid. And I got time for that guy. So, yeah, I've got some real problems, and I think that it would be incredibly wise for us to attach our individual voices to what makes us unhappy about this, to emails on its own, not just, like as Councillor Faubert pointed out, through our associations, and making our communities aware of the fact that they too have an opportunity to have a voice in all of this as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Worship. I have significant concerns for sure. One of my fondest memories back in the previous election was when I went to, on election, I went to cast my vote. I actually met Therese Rogers for the first time in person. She had like a mask on, I had a mask on, but I gave her my thingy, and she ran it for the scanner. And now she'll have to sit there with a pencil and just like, for like thousands and thousands of votes. Just like, why would we not electronically tabulate? But that's another like minor detail piece. I do think Bill 20 it just changes the framework and the very meaning and effectiveness of local governance. A couple of weeks back, we were in the Alberta legislature, saw how party politics works in a very different manner. I think it's incredibly disconcerting that who gets removed as a councillor, those decisions happen behind the closed doors of the cabinet of the government in power, which I think is very dubious. And I think there's also a huge irony how our current provincial government likes to whinge about federal overreach, but they're more than happy to punch down on our local municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you to all my colleagues for your comments, and I wholeheartedly agree. No, there are some rooms for democracy to be better in Alberta. And one of the pieces that I was hoping to see was financial disclosure before election time. And right now, you don't have to disclose who's supporting you until after election time, unless you so choose. And that was left out of Bill 20. I agree with all my colleagues. Bill 20 is an incredible overreach. And silence is compliance. For us to not be vocal in this instance would be a shame, in my opinion. So I look forward to seeing your letter, Mayor Crowsert, and thank you for your willingness to be vocal in this incredibly important issue that's being held at the provincial level. I'm going to express a little bit of my cynicism here in that Alberta Munis has already provided significant feedback to the provincial government. When the public was surveyed, 70% of them didn't want provincial parties in municipal politics, and I wholeheartedly agree with them. 98% of municipalities didn't want parties in provincial or in local politics. I hope that the provincial government hears the widely held concerns of Albertans across the board and takes them into consideration, doesn't just push through what seems to be a very ideologically driven piece of legislation. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I think that we need to be very vocal. I think that every citizen of this province needs to be incredibly vocal about this bill. Write your MLA, write the Minister of McIver, write the Premier, and stand up for democracy at the local level. You know, today, for instance, we witnessed But nonpartisanship can mean at the local level. We have all agreed and disagreed on various pieces of legislation that have come before us. And to see party whips involved in that process would be disheartening and a damaging blow to democracy. So thank you for your leadership, and I look forward to the letter.
Thank you, Councillor. And I certainly understand your cynicism, and I also add to it a little bit of optimism that every MLA is likely hearing back from municipalities within their region how they do not like this. And I think that that might be causing some pause, I'm hoping. So let's just add our voice to that and be part of bringing about some change, hopefully. Any other comments? Call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now we will move to a closed session. Actually, what we're going to do is I'm going to do the vote now and go to closed session, but we are going to take a 7-minute break and come back at 3:20 because we just need to take a breath. I need to. So both K1 and K2 have the same reasons for going in closed session. So I will move that council close the meeting to the public to, 1, prevent disclosure of information that could reasonably be expected to reveal advice, proposals, recommendations, analysis, or policy options developed for the town in accordance with Section 24, Sub 1, Sub A, and 2, to prevent disclosure of information subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with Section 27, Sub 1, Sub A of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We are now in a closed session, and we will resume in 6 minutes.